Recording in progress.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. How are you all this morning?
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
No,
Good.
we're fine, Chairman.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. We wait another minute before we start.
I should have said all other members too. Thank you.
The gentleman. Cello the gentleman.
Thank you, Chair, for the compliment.
Colleagues, it's just past 9 now. I looked at my watch. I see my watch is 2 minutes behind the time. My apology for that. Could we restart? I would like to welcome each and every one of you to our meeting with the Auditor-General this morning. I would like to welcome the Auditor-General as well. And I just would like to say that it's unfortunate that we have a virtual meeting. I will be in communication with the Chair of Chairs still today. We have applied for venues for next week and the week after that. It has not been approved, but I will have to have a discussion with the Chair of Chairs that they should then rotate the Parliament venues so that we also could meet in person. But they are still looking at venues so that they could accommodate us. I hope the frustration that we have concerning this will be dealt soon and that we could overcome this obstacle. So for next week and the week after next week, for now, we will also have virtual meetings till the Parliament has secured venues where we could sit. I will request that there should be a rotation of venues. It's not fair that every time we've got to go on to oversight, on Zoom and other people meet in person. But that said, can I ask us to observe a moment of silence for meditation or prayer? Thank you. Can I just find out whether there's any apologies?
There is no apology, Chairperson.
Right, thank you very much. Can I then ask that the AG just if the AG is on, that they show their video, and then also their team that would present, that they just show their faces to us so that we can start to learn who the people are we're going to work with. Secondly, I just want to say to the Auditor-General that we have sent you new rules. You are then aware that you will have 45 minutes to do your presentation. And after that, the time will be utilized to ask you some questions. The questions will be in a manner where a member will ask you a question, you will answer him. We're not going the route of getting all the questions and then you answer. If a member's got a follow-up question on the question is asked, they will do that. Each member will have 5 minutes to have an interaction with the Auditor-General. And at the end, if there is still time left, there would be 3 minutes time for general questions the questions that we are talking about that the members will ask in the 5 minutes is on your presentation, nothing else. You've got to answer on that. If there are questions in the second round that has been asked and you don't have the answer, you've got 14 days to send that to the committee in writing. I hope you understand that and that we could follow that procedure going forward in this committee. Thank you very much. And then I'm asking the Auditor-General to present her team, and then you can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I come in, Chairperson? Honorable Mushala. Can I just come in?
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. I'm just concerned the manner in which you put this thing, because you are now saying that we're going to ask question only, the only question we're allowed to ask is with regards to the presentation. I think there's a lot of issues nationwide that are affecting us, which are not on the presentation, and we would like also to ask the Auditor-General in regards to that, because even though the matters are not on the presentation, but there are certain, maybe to interpret it properly, issue e re tlo e raise le what is on the presentation. Can you allow us in totality to ask questions that we want to ask in terms of these water and sanitation issues? Because I don't want us fighting amongst ourselves when we start asking questions and then we are told that these questions are not in the presentation. There's a lot of issues like the bucket eradication systems that we want to ask. There's a lot of issues. I understand I saw something that speaks to bucket eradication, but we want to go deeper into what we know, because we are on the ground doing door-to-door. We are on the ground doing oversight, and we have experienced these problems when we are on the ground. Can you please allow us to deal with issues of water and sanitation? I think the Auditor-General will be able to assist us in terms of how to uphold the executive into account. Let's just deal with anything that deals with how to uphold the executive into account. Thank you.
Honorable Member, yes, I have said that it will be allowed in the second round. So let's deal, if there's more time left for ask general questions, like the bucket eradication, if you would like to ask a question to the Auditor-General on bucket eradication, that will be allowed, because they also speak about bucket eradication. And if you want certain specific questions like how's the buckets in the Free State or in the Northern Cape, that will be allowed, because that is falling out of the presentation. But if there is other questions at the end that we need to ask that's not related to their presentation, that will also be allowed in the second round. I hope that clarifies that, Honourable Member. Ma'am, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and engage the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members on the water and sanitation. My name is Tabelo Musisinyani. I am the business unit leader in one of the audit business units within the AGSA's office. I'm based in the Pretoria office. However, we do work with some of their colleagues that are based in the provincial offices. So I'm not alone today, Honorable Chair. I am with Mrs. Nelisiwe Mhlongo. I see her video is on. She is the Deputy Business Unit Leader in my unit. Is also responsible for, amongst other portfolios, water. I should have Mr. Tendani Mafunyisa on the call. I'm not sure if he's on video. Maybe let me just scroll on top. If he's already on video, he is the senior manager that is responsible for auditing. Yes, his video is on, I see. Responsible for auditing the TCTA and the water trading entity. He is here with his managers as well. I think when he presents, he can then introduce them, but I think those are the people that will mainly be having a conversation today. We don't have Mrs. Jolene Pillay, who is responsible for the Water and Sanitation and Water Research Commission. Unfortunately, she had another engagement, but I think the team that we have here on call, I think Manager Naomi Julie is on the call to assist with some of the questions. Honorable Chair, we take note that members might have a lot of questions regarding water and sanitation. I think today our main aim was to say we wanted to highlight the roles and responsibility of the AGSA and also provide a reflection of the findings or the key messages we've been raising in the previous administration. For us, it was important that since this is a new committee, this then is utilized to build the foundations, because even in the previous administration, there were some commitments that were made that I think will be handed over to this committee as they are continuous. So for us, really, it's about that induction. We are open to further calls that the committee might want to call us to come and engage them on any other matters. And we, I think, also scheduled to come back for the budget BRRR session. So I think as the Office of the AGSA, I don't want this meeting, Honorable Chair, to be the only one we engage, but we are open for more engagement and even more pointed engagements if there's a matter or a focus area that the members want to focus on. So today we will then be doing that, and we really realized the fact that if we are going to reflect a number of years, there was a lot of information that we had. So we only elevated certain information. There's a lot of information that's on the slide. So we had to really compete between what is the critical things we want to elevate today that we think the members would need going forward. But we are open for further engagements if you want to zoom into any other focus areas. So I hope that is fine with Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I think for us, if there's any other area, we can come back later. Honorable Chair, can I go ahead with the rest of the presentation? Can we start the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think Dendani is the one that was given the rights to share the presentation on the screen. So if we look at our presentation, we are starting off as indicated. We're starting off with the roles of responsibility of the AGSA. For the returning members, it might be a reminder. For new members, it maybe might be new information. And then please don't move as yet, Dendani. We will then move into starting to then reflect on the performance of the water and sanitation portfolio. And in that reflection, we are then going to look at we start with the performance, looking at the MTSF targets that were set with the previous administration and how the portfolio performed. We then move into what we call key messages. So these are the other focus area that we start looking at over and above the financial statements, the annual performance report, as well as the compliance. But those key messages are linked to the annual performance report. So they are not separate, just that we zoom into some information more. We then also move in what we call material irregularities. And then we also move into compliance areas. And then towards the end, we then end with a call to action. So the presentation will be taken by both Ms. Nelisua Mhlongo as well as Mr. Tendani Mafunyiswa. They will take team on the presentation because it's a lot. And I think I took your note, Chair, that we only have 45 minutes. So some slides will then have to skip and take the message so that we allow enough time to then engage. So I will start with the mission, the vision, and this is just a reminder of why we do what we do as the Office of the AGSA. We enable oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing and thereby building public confidence. So our meeting here today, we are here to assist and to enable oversight in their role. Please move to the next session. I'm trying to rush on this so that you have enough time to deal with the issues. This slide just reflects our mandates based from the Constitution itself that says, as the Office of the AGSA, our mandate is to audit and then we report. And that's why you are then going to see the reflections that we have in the rest of the slides. And we also included a reflection from the Public Audit Act, which is very similar to the previous to the mandate within. Please move back, Tendani. the mandate around, we are required to audit the financial statements, the compliance section, which a lot of people refer to supply chain management as well as the reported performance against predetermined objectives. And I think what I also wanted to highlight in the next block is the fact that we also have discretionary audits. I think the honorable member and the honorable chair and honorable members would have seen that we had other special reports that we've released, whether it's the report on COVID-19 or the reports on the interventions of the floods. So we do also other audits that we call special audits within the office of the AGSA. I think the material irregularities I won't highlight because they will then present it. Please move to the next slide. This slide just highlight the principles that we subscribe to as the office of the AGSA, because we are a supreme audit institutions, and then we work together with other supreme audit institutions outside around the world. So there is a framework, they call it P12, it's called from Intosci P12, that highlights the principle that a supreme audit institution needs to abide by. So even ourselves as the office of the AGSA, we abide by these principles. There's 12 of them. In the interest of time, I won't go through them, but what I want to highlight is the one in orange that talks about strengthening the accountability and transparency and integrity, which is mainly why we are here today, to ensure that we then strengthen the committee in its oversight role over water. So the next slide that I want to highlight is also what we call the culture shift strategy. So over the past 2 or 3 years, we have introduced a culture shift strategy, and really it came from the fact that when we look at what the landscape of government was, there was a lot of lack of service delivery on the ground, and we've been raising some of these findings and there was no change. So we then came up with a culture shift strategy where we are saying we want to see a change in culture within government overall. So our aspiration with this strategy is to have stronger, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived realities of the citizens. And we want to do this by sustainably and efficiently shifting the culture. And we do understand shifting a culture is not an easy thing. But I think from our side, we have committed to work with accounting officers, with all the officials and everybody in the value chain to ensure that we shift the culture that we see in government. So we then develop a framework, it's developed by us, on how will we then know when a government department entity has really moved. And I think I'm going to start at the far right of the slides where we have a circle that has party. So we then develop to say, for a public sector culture that we want to see must have these 4 main characteristics. The one means performance, and in performance, it is a government entity or a department that is meeting its service delivery mandate. So the service delivery indicators and targets that are in the APP are being met, and they're translating into service delivery. So that is one of the characteristics of a culture shift that we want to see. Then we also have accountability. With accountability, we're then saying the executives needs to be accountable to the public, needs to be accountable to the oversight bodies, and they need to also hold people accountable. In instances where there is non-compliance or any other matters that are not aligned to the mandate, people need to be held accountable. I think for a long time, we've been reporting as the office of the AGSA that there's lack of consequence management within government. And this is one of the principles that we are then including to say we want to see accountability in those auditees. We also have institutional integrity, and that talks to doing the right thing, that talks to the ethical behavior, that talks to making sure that there is no conflict of interest when government is doing its business. And we then say it really starts at the top. The leaders need to set the tone of integrity within each and every department or public entity to ensure that there is then integrity throughout the audit team. We then also have transparency. Transparency is about being able to report. I think sometimes what we've seen in government is sometimes some of these entities don't even get to table the annual reports because there are delays for various reasons. We are saying it then impacts transparency, because if these entities don't table their annual reports or then table their activities, they then there is no chance for oversight because then they won't know what have happened. So we are then saying we are wanting a public sector that is transparent in its reporting, that is tabling its annual financial statements, that's tabling its annual performance report, as well as including the compliance with relevant laws and regulations. So that's what from our side with the culture shift is saying we want to see government having those characteristics, and we help them by providing insights. Some of the key messages you are going to see in the rest of the slides, honorable chair, honorable members, it's some of the insights we've been giving a management on what we are seeing on the ground. And with those insights, we are hoping that they are able to influence whether it's management, whether it's the officials, whether it's those charged with governance, or the committee itself in their role to make sure that we then see the change we want to see. And in instances where we've provided insights, we've influenced, and there's no movement, we then have our last lever, which is enforcement, which talks to the material irregularities. So in some instances, honorable chair, honorable members will see in the rest of the slides, there are instances where we had to enforce in this portfolio. And this is because we were not seeing the change that we wanted to see within the portfolio. Please move to the next slide. So one of the system we then identified is the fact that as the office of the AGSA, if we really want to shift the culture, there is no way we'll do it on our own. We need partners in the whole ecosystem. We call them accountability ecosystem partners. So we then developed this model that says it starts with the leadership and the decision makers. And in the leadership and decision makers, we are saying it starts with the officials. Every official, whether it's the government or the entity, needs to make sure that they play their role, needs to make sure that they are doing their job. And it's critical that we have the right people with the right qualification doing the right thing, because then that makes it easier for them to then discharge their responsibilities. We then said, we also then have senior management that's tasked to oversee what the officials are doing. They also need to do their part. They also need to provide direction. They need to guide, but they also need to hold them accountable if they are not doing what they're supposed to do. We also then bring also the accounting officer and accounting authorities for entities that are supported by internal audit units and audit committees. There are so many times when we present as the office of the AGSA, we always get a question that says, but where was internal audit when this thing was happening? So we are also reaching out to those internal audits to say, you also have a role and you must make sure that you contribute into the bigger picture of shifting government. Then on the last one, under the leadership and decision makers, we then have the executive authorities. On the right, we also then included the supporting and oversight structures, which is also includes this committee, as well as other committees that also have a role to play. We also identify coordinating institutions because we know there are responsibilities that are sitting with the Public Service Administration, with the treasuries, as well as with the planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So we have included them as well to say they need to ensure that they then support the departments while they themselves are discharging their own mandate. In the middle, we included the AGSA. This is what I said earlier, that our role, we said, we are going to provide insights, we are going to influence, and where necessary or where required, we are also then going to enforce. And the last one in this circle is the citizens. We are then saying the citizens must also be active on the ground. They need to be able to give feedback on areas that are not working. They also need themselves to then comply with whatever laws and regulations that are there. So this is what we put together as the accountability ecosystem. We do note that there are a lot of role players that we are engaging with, that there are public bodies that are not here. But for us, we said this is a start. If everybody that is listed in this picture starts doing their part, we are hoping to say we are really going to see a shift within the public sector culture. So I am going to pause here and then I'm going to hand over to Tendani, who's then going to take through the committee over the performance of the past 4 years, I think it's 4 years, and then move into the key messages that we've been raising. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Over to you, Tendani.
Yeah, thanks, Tabelo. I think it's actually Nelly that is supposed to give us an overview of the performance reporting over the past 5 years. Nelly?
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Tendani. Tendani, if you can just move with the slides as we discussed. So, Honorable Chair and the members, you'd recall Tabelo's already spoken about what are the things we wanted to elevate. We do know that as part of the planning process, when it comes to actually performance, of service delivery. It actually is embedded, or it comes, or it's derived from the National Development Plan, then therefore move to the medium-term strategic framework, which is linked to the administration term. And it's a critical part or cycle of the whole planning of service delivery, because within that whole process, annually, the entities and the department come to the same committees, come to Parliament, request funds on to say what then they need, or the request to be able to make sure that they meet the service delivery objectives that they've outlined annually. So this is just to highlight and reflect on just this whole process, and why is it important for us to also start reflecting back from where the MTSF is, or where the indicators and key targets are sitting, and why we are bringing it here, because we audit the financial information. We also audit the performance information as it's embedded in its annual performance plans of the departments. If you go to the next slide, here, Honorable Chairperson, we spoke about it to say there are key deliverables that were sitting in the medium-term strategic framework. And these indicators, as they were performing over the last 5 years, are not only limited to these ones that we see on the screen. There are others that are within the annual performance plan, but here we are just only highlighting or elevating those key ones that are sitting in the document, which is the MTSF. First, on the bar charts that you see on the left, Honorable Chair, because the annual or the outcomes have not been tabled into Parliament for the portfolio, we're only bringing in the 4 years of performance. So if you look at what we see in the bar chart, there is the performance of the entities that are within the portfolio. If you look at it, DWS, which is the national department, carries also the performance information of the water trading entities. So all the performance and all the indicators and targets of that department are sitting in DWS. So you'd see we're reflecting on what was the achievement only specifically for last year when it comes to performance information. So that is just information where WRC is achieving or had shown that they achieved all their indicators, and TCTA and DWS are sitting on 68% and 72%. And just as a key reflection, we don't audit all the programs that are within the department. These are material programs which we are considered them to be material. We scope them in. So this performance, as we are reflecting here, it's those scoped in programs. And I think for National Department is 2 programs, and for TCTA is 1 objective as well, and as well as WRC. So this is just the key reflection on some of the targets and the indicators that they say they needed to achieve in the next 5 years. And this was a reflection as we gave to the previous portfolio committee as at last year when we were doing the BRRR processes, to then say this department had said that had committed to a number of things. But within those, there are key strategic indicators that have not been achieved. One of them is the number of bulk water supply projects that needed to have been completed or concluded. They target themselves at 53 projects, but we have only seen that at that particular time was 47. And because of the progress that we've been seeing with the project, and it was one of those areas we needed to highlight that the administration at that time to then say, this is where the department sit. The number of bucket eradication or bucket system on the sanitation was also another key concern that we had, because they had about 12,000 as a target that they put in the MTSF, but as of last year, they were only sitting with 696 of those that have eradicated. Another area as well is the number of dams that they've committed to rehabilitate, which was at 9 for the whole period, but however, as of last year, only 1 was completed. We also reflect on 2 critical presidential projects that were there at the time, or are still there, that we had planned to have already commenced or have been at a certain advanced stage. The Makwap projects, which at that particular time, they had not reached the milestone that they have already set themselves, and as well as the Bravas one, where they were still in progress. But this will come back a little bit later on if we given the opportunity in the BRRR to also now reflect now on the full 5-year picture. Some of the key things that we saw in the whole portfolio, and you would see as we reflect going down, because the department or the portfolio is very heavy, or it's driven mostly by infrastructure projects. There's key things that are within the environment that are actually causing some of the delays and the issues that we are seeing in terms of their performance. And mainly it's around the contract management or the performance of contractors when the work is being done on the ground. And we are seeing a lot of that being one of the key root causes that are allowing or are as a contributing factor of not meeting their key strategic projects. The supply chain management process is another one we saw, especially at the water trading entity, where that process, because we are dealing with bulk infrastructure, therefore even how you then procure your services need to be so strategic and need to be focused, because you are dealing with the different kind of projects where even the strategy that you use when you procure need to be such that it fits the environment. And we are very concerned, or still linking it to say what then happens, because if you see some of these projects, if the dams are not being rehabilitated as they need to be rehabilitated, the dam regulations specifically specify that dams need to be rehabilitated or need to be fixed at the point in time to make sure that they don't impose a danger to the lives of the citizens. If you continue not to have the bulk infrastructure projects that we need, that has an impact on the access of water and the reliable access of water to the people of this country as well. And as well, if we look at the sanitation spaces to then say, there's an impact into the dignity of the citizens. And I think Tabelo, when she was introducing the culture shift strategy, was to say what then becomes the impact of the men in the street as we go through that. So some recommendations have been given, and we've been giving them over the number of years around how then some of these things need to be addressed. And a key one was the project management around project management around the big projects or the projects that are being managed by the department, to then say the department need to decisively deal in how they project manage some of those projects, because some they're not implementing themselves but have used implementing agents like the water boards. They've used municipalities who they are transferring money, and they needed to implement those projects. But it then remains the responsibility of the national department to make sure that those projects move and get completed at the time frame as it's required. If we can move to the next slide, and then I think, Chairperson, this is just to reflect, to say, as and when we are moving to the new MTSF period, these are some of the things that need to be reflected. And you as a committee, you need to overall give that overview or have a picture of it, so that when we start the new administration, we know where the department ended and where it needed to have gone. Chairperson, we've got the water boards as well within our presentation, and they play a very critical part in terms of the provision of bulk water to the municipalities, and we also are bringing them here. We have what we call a differentiating or difference in the reporting timelines of the water boards and those of the national department because of the year ends they have. They have a year end which is end of June, whereas the rest of the other portfolio sits with 31st of March. So these outcomes are the most recent ones, because the outcomes for the new year will only be concluded later this year. This is just to reflect on the water boards and its achievement and the comparison on year. So you would see, we are seeing that the water boards have not all of them achieved their targets or indicators as they needed to. You look at the Bloom water, the Amatola water, and Lepelle water, they still remain somewhere below the 70%, as well as Mhlatuze, 70% of their achievement. And that is something to really reflect on, to also look at and to say what then is sitting in the space. The DWS as well, there were quite few issues we've raised previously around how the indicators and targets are being planned, because you would find there'll be a lot of inconsistencies that are within the water boards. And then the accounting officer had previously committed into making sure that there's consistency in how the water boards present their performance information and find consistency within that. Chairperson, let me stop there and allow Tenan to take us through the key messages, and I'll come back later on to conclude on this presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nelly. Good morning, and honorable members. I'm Danis Stanley Mafuniswa. Like Tabelo indicated, I'm responsible for the audit of water trading entity and the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. I'm also with my audit manager at water trading entity, Mr. Godfrey Swafo, in the meeting. So I'll take you through the key messages. I'll quote the document I read. But yeah, so we performed the audit, and we also reflected on the infrastructure, the development of infrastructure projects at both the DWS, the water trading entity, and the TCTA. And in terms of our assessment, we noted that there's quite a number of projects which are delayed. If we look at the DWS, there's about 6 projects which were significantly delayed. If you look at the water trading entity, we had about 56 projects which were delayed. And in this project, there is the project of raising of the Queen William Dam, which has been quite topical there. And there's also the Umzimvubu project. We are looking at raising of the Tsaning Dam, which are very key projects which we identified that they were delayed. If we look at TCTA is also directed to construct bulk water infrastructure projects by the minister. We have the projects, the Mukwaptu A, which is the Mukolo Crocodile Water Augmentation project. That project also we identified that is delayed. There's Umkomazi Water project. The Umkomazi project also is delayed, but when you look at the reasons why it's delayed, it's external factors which really need to be looked at properly by the different institutions. Wherein we identified that there were delays in terms of the water offtake agreements which needed to be signed by the municipality that was going to receive the water from the Umkomazi water project. Without the signature of the water offtake agreements, the TCTA cannot really raise the funds to construct the project, because before they go into the market to get the funding, they need to sort of get some sort of assurance that once the project is finalized, the off-takers will then will pay for the water that they are using, which TCTA will then in turn use to pay their lenders for that project. So there's quite a number of stakeholders involved there that needed to ensure that the water offtake agreements is signed off timelessly. But as we speak, it was signed on the 19th of April 2024. So the project is currently then continuing. So those are the delays that are sort of out of the hands of your TCTA. So what we are identifying, like Nelly has said, really when these infrastructure projects are delayed, they really result in significant harm or undue hardships to those who are supposed to receive the water. I mean, for example, if we look at the 55 villages in Guyana that were supposed to receive the water from the Nandoni Dam, where that project was significantly delayed. They went on for years without water and had to endure for a number of years there. If you look at the impact that is coming from the Lesotho Highlands Water Project in Gauteng, we sometimes get water cuts because of the delayed commencement of phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands water project. And those are planned to affect us up until that project is finalized in 2028. So those delays somehow affect the users of water on the ground. So that I think we would really like to request that they are looked at and plans by management to ensure that projects move at a faster pace, are monitored. Then in terms of the reflections, the findings that we really identified there, we're identifying that there is poor performance by implementing agents. So implementing agents should just be monitored to ensure that they are performing in line with the agreement. We are identifying that there is procurement delays in the procurement processes. This affects all entities within the DWS and the water boards. But we have seen a significant strides being taken by the accounting officer of the DWS, wherein they implemented an infrastructure procurement strategy, which is a strategy specifically designed to procure bulk water infrastructure for these projects, which I think it will assist. If it's implemented correctly, it will then reduce the delays in the procurement processes. We also identified, access and restrictions by community leaders or by the business forum leaders. They would also want to a chunk of the project, which then delays that the takeoff of the project. So those are just some of the areas that we identified as findings when we assessed this development project. To look at water boards, again, we are seeing the same picture as we saw at DWS, TCTA, and WTE. There are quite a number of delayed projects. If you look at the Amatola Water Board, there is about 5 delayed projects, 5 delayed in Mungeni, 2 in Mahales, 3 in Bloem. And the reasons are really the same as the reasons that we are identifying at the DWS and other entities. Here we're also looking at, we also identify that there is poor planning in terms of involving the relevant stakeholders in time to ensure that environmental authorizations are obtained in time, so that then the project can take off. In terms of your engagement with landowners, we also identify that those are not done timeously, and they then contribute to the delays in these projects, which are undertaken by the water boards. We also then identifying that the contractors that are being appointed, some of the contractors do not really have the necessary or adequate cash reserves to undertake these bulk water infrastructure projects. And we are basically then saying that before they are appointed, some sort of an assessment should be made to say, do these suppliers have the adequate cash reserves to undertake these projects? Do they have the appropriate resources, the assets to undertake projects of this magnitude? So again, the other issue that was raised was appropriate project management. And here we would really like to see project managers really properly monitoring the performance of contractors, because we identify that, the contractors are not performing the projects in line with the agreements or the standards, and it's only picked up very late into the process. So there should be proper monitoring of performance by the contractors, and that monitoring should be timely. So in terms of water losses, the department issues reports on your no drop report. There is the green report that is issued. There is also the blue report that is issued. So we've just then performed an analysis of those reports which were issued by the department and just generated these insights that we are then sharing. So what we are identifying from the no drop reports is that there is quite an increase. There is an increasing trend on avoidable water losses that the water service authorities are experiencing. So if you look at the table there, you can see that it's been increasing from the 2019-20. We see an increasing trend on the avoidable water losses. And really, we did an analysis to say, with all these water losses, how much is the revenue that these water service authorities is losing due to the water losses? And we identified that it amounted to about 18.9 billion in the 2021-22 financial year, and also 29.7 billion in the 22-23 financial year. So this is just revenue that could have been generated had those water losses been avoided. But we do note this matter was raised to the former Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation, and there were certain resolutions which were agreed to in the summit which was held by the former minister, and the water service authorities. So we've just highlighted the resolutions which were reached, and it's basically that water service authority will come up with action plans to address the drop results which were identified, to ensure that these issues then do not are not experienced again in future. Ours is to monitor that. We are currently monitoring the implementations of the actions by the water service authorities. We also looked at water quality. Again, there we identified significant issues from our assessment of the Blue Drop report, where we identified that about 267 wastewater system were at a critical stage by the report on 5 December 2023. And also, we also identified about 277 critical water supplies system, and then they were then just analyzed in terms of the provinces, wherein we identified that the water service authorities who have critical systems but did not submit their action plans to say, this is how we are then going to resolve this issue. This is how we are going to ensure that our water system are appropriately maintained. So those are then just the provinces where we are identifying the issues. Again, also we are noting that the department, the accounting officer of the department has taken action wherein the accounting officer has issued non-compliance notices to 90 municipalities for them to submit corrective action plans to ensure that their water supply system are then appropriately functioning in line with the standards. Again, they would then just did an analysis of that. In terms of material irregularities, Tabelo briefly spoke of material irregularities when she was presenting, to say in certain instances we have powers to invoke action to ensure that the accounting officer takes action to resolve the issues that we are identifying. But maybe let me just, Honorable Chair, members, take you through the definition of what this material irregularities is, and also what the powers are that we can invoke. So in terms of the material irregularity definition, so it is basically non-compliance or contravention of legislation, fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty, which we identify during the audit, and which has resulted in or is likely to result in material financial losses, in the misuse of a material public resource, or which can result in a substantial harm to a public sector institution, or substantial harm to the general public. So if we then do identify areas of this non-compliance, fraud, or breach of fiduciary duties, which is resulting in the impacts that I've just indicated, we can notify the accounting officer to say, hey, we've identified that there is this non-compliance and it has resulted in a material financial loss. And we give the accounting officer the opportunity to respond to that material irregularity. And then once the accounting officer has responded, we assess the actions to say what actions is the accounting officer committed to take to ensure that they resolve the non-compliance and the impact, the negative impact is having in the general public, or the losses are recovered. So if we identify that the actions of the accounting officer are appropriate, we then track whether the accounting officer is taking those actions. And if once those actions have been taken, we then resolve the MI and we say we are happy on how you've addressed that non-compliance. However, if we identify that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate actions, that's where we can then invoke our powers. And basically, invoking our powers would be referring the matter to a public body. Public body will be your public protector or the special investigating unit. We can include our recommendations in the audit report, which the accounting officer should implement, and they are binding the recommendations that we then issue via this process. Then we can also then issue a certificate of debt in case that there was a loss and we identified that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate steps to recover the losses that the entity or the department has incurred. So those are the actions that we can take. In terms of the material irregularities that we have identified within the portfolio, we have identified a total of 14 material irregularities ever since we started with the process. 5 of those material irregularities have been successfully resolved, and we have 6 that we are saying that the accounting officer is taking appropriate actions. And maybe just to give an example of some of the material irregularities that we've identified within the water space, there is a material irregularity that we issued at the Glen William Dam, wherein we identified that there were dam safety reports which were then issued sometime in 2011. So the dam safety report actually indicated that the dam wall is not stable, or the dam wall, the condition that it is in is not aligned with the required standards. And that obviously then says there is a risk that that dam wall may burst, and if it bursts, it will be a catastrophe. So the dam safety reports actually has a dam break analysis, which indicates that if the dam wall breaks, about 350 lives would be lost, about 2 billion in the value of the crops of the farmers within that area, the Glen William area, would then be lost. So we did raise that MI because we were identifying that that project was significantly delayed due to protracted procurement processes where the department was not successful in appointing subcontractors. However, I must then indicate that we have noted that recently, I think from 2023, there has been significant progress there in that project, wherein subcontractors have been appointed to perform your drilling and blasting activities, and work is currently ongoing to successfully raise the Glen William Dam. And also the raising of that dam would also then just bring a lot of developments within that area. It will also then promote the historically disadvantaged farmers, which is one of the submissions which were made back then when the plans were approved to raise the dam. The other MI that we have, we identified instances wherein there were payments which were made for repair services to be made at some of the pumping stations. They were meant to repair transformers there. Payments were made, however, the payments were not linked to work on the ground. So the supplier was paid, however, they did not perform the repairs there. And we actually found that engineers from the DWS signed to certify that work was done, but that work was not done. It then means that there were losses which were incurred there in the process. So that material irregularity also is still, accounting officer is taking action. They've performed an investigation on that, and there is a case opened to ensure that those funds are then recovered. Another one is an MI that we raised on the Hazelmere Dam, wherein there were losses incurred because there were delays in the procurement of load cells, which then resulted in the contractor on the ground charging standing time fees and site re-establishment fees amounting to about 39 million. But I think ever since we've raised the MI, we've identified that the dam wall is fully raised of the Hazelmere Dam, and the accounting officer has tried to recover funds from the contractor. However, there are certain legal issues with the contractor, whether the contractor doesn't want to pay the funds, but the accounting officer is currently seeking legal opinion on the matter. So that is just examples of the MIs that we have raised, but over the years we've raised 14 and 5 are resolved. So that's it on the MIs. I will then hand over back to Nelly to just take you through the financial management and compliance presentation. Nelly, thanks, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We know we are above our 45 minutes. If you can indulge me for a further 5 minutes and conclude this last part of the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think Tabelo, when she started, she spoke about the key principle of our party principle that is a concept we've brought into then say, what do we look at when we say an entity is doing good or a department is doing good? And this is one of the areas. Now that we've spoken about performance, when I started in my presentation, I spoke about how these departments come annually to request budgets to be able to fund some of these objectives they have. Then we need to be able to report. So part of this is all about the transparency. How have they transparently been able to disclose and report on what they've done with the monies? So this is just the reflection of just the audit outcomes itself on how they sit in the audit report of this portfolio. So, Chairperson, we continue to see some of the department and some of the entities, including the water boards, having material misstatements within their financial statements. It means when they've submitted the financial statements to us for auditing, they were not always adequately supported by the right document as and when we needed them, or they were not complying to the right accounting framework, whether it's the modified cash standard, the CLAP standard, or the IFRS standard. So we continue to see that. You can see we've highlighted DWS as part of that, WTE, TCTA, and some of the water boards who sit there. And some of the assets we've identified, especially for the bulk water or the big infrastructure in the dams, that's specifically to the WTE, where the assets will remain to be in a poor condition. We've spoken about the project management as one of the key root causes into delayed projects that are within the space. We've spoken about the underspending of funds, or we're reflecting on the underspending of funds and the fact that there's protracted procurement processes that are actually causing a lot of issues in terms of being able to conclude some of these projects. And it's also, as well as what then becomes the root causes of such. This, we've already said that it causes delays in this project, the non-achievement of targets, which means that there's a lack of the proper provision of water somewhere. And as well, the transparency on to say, how then did you spend some of these funds? Why is it important for this oversight committee to know? You would know that the department will come quarterly in its entities to come and report on how they've actually performed on some of this. And this is an opportunity that as and when they come quarterly, the interrogation of their APP and what they report quarterly and how they spend these monies becomes and therefore critical to hold the department and the entities accountable into be actually driving them to doing good. Then the transparency into how these monies are spent becomes a very important part. You can move on to the next one, Tendani. One of the key things we've been raising over the years and we are concerned about, and we know that it's in space, we do know that the water boards, their biggest customers are the municipalities. If you look at this picture, it's an overall picture of how these municipalities, on the non-payment of the debts of the municipalities, are actually impacting on the financial health of the water boards. You'd remember the water boards do not get any funding directly from government, but however, they need to be self-sustainable. So therefore, if the municipalities in the space are unable to pay their debts to the water boards, then we might likely to have an issue in terms of the financial health. We've seen with the de-establishment of Sidibeng Water, which one of the key drivers that were sitting with that water board was the non-paying customers, which were the municipalities they were servicing in that area. And you would see that Bloom Water, which has taken now, it's called Val Central, has taken over a big chunk of the Sidibeng water customers, have actually impacted the highest number of debtors as compared to all other water boards, which are sitting at 96%. And this is something concerning. This is something as oversight committee, it's something you can take forward. I'm aware that the previous committee, it is something that we in conversation with to then say, how then do we keep these water plots afloat so that they make sure that the operation keep on running. The next slide, Chairperson, is just the overall audit outcomes. We speak about whether somebody is qualified or not qualified. And that's why it's important that this transparency is okay. And we are saying, for you to start doing good, you need to start here. You need to be able to adequately report on your right financial information. The portfolio pretty much has remained in the same categories, where majority of the entities in the department are sitting with unqualified but with findings. If you're saying if it's unqualified with findings, it's either they have findings on their performance information, so the APPs that we've audited, or they've got a certain non-compliance that sits in the space. In the water boards, we would see some which we're having a revenue management non-compliance, would have some of the SCM issues that are sitting there. And then when it comes to the overall water board's 4-year outcome, it reflects a slight improvement, because at some point, Amatola, Sidwing, which is now de-established, and Mhlatuz, which is also de-established, were qualified, meaning that they had certain issues within the financial information they've disclosed in their financial statements, and therefore were qualified. But in the last year that we have audited, everybody remains in this one category. It should not only end here, Chairperson, and these are the conversation must be going, because the drive is to get them to the clean audit where the green bar is sitting, which means that you don't have any issues with financial with compliance, don't have any issues with performance information, and therefore they can also start now having a proper conversation and be able to focus on the service delivered, because right now the conversation is still hung up on to say, what then are you doing and how well are you reporting your financial information? In the next slide, Chairperson, allow me, I'll just run through this one, is our dispute resolution mechanism. This is a mechanism where we found ourselves as an organization at some point, was the fact that we end up in courts with our auditees that we audit. And as an audit office, we then said, you know what, that's not a comfortable space we need to have. We are aware and are receptive on the fact that there always remains to be disputes or disagreements between us as auditors and those that we audit. And that is acceptable. But however, there needs to be a better way that we are managing the process. And that's why the introduction of the dispute resolution process. Sometimes we may have differences around how to interpret certain legal things, how to apply certain accounting standard. And as well, our auditees, most of them, they do want to be clean. So you'd find that only one matter remains between them getting to a clean audit, audit status. So we found those disputes. So we've established this process. It's in certain tiers where we are saying, if the disagreements do occur, there's a space and a way and a process that you need to follow that's appropriate. And we are hoping, and we've seen the results of this process, because then it allows certain engagements, some kind of technical guidance, bringing experts in terms of resolving some of these issues, and eventually we resolve them, even getting to a point where we come to Parliament, we are disagreeing, or audit outcomes are delayed, or even we end up in court, which is what we are saying we do not want to end up in. Maybe if you can skip through the dispute resolution process. We are at the concluding stage, Chairperson, and this is our call to action to this portfolio. A number of things have been said. Then there's a certain or a number of things that we've identified in this space, but we've identified a few critical things that needs to happen in this portfolio that will also assist the portfolio to start moving out of the other areas. We're just saying consequence management needs to happen, or accountability need to start happening in this portfolio. We've seen the fact that there's project management issues. If we are not able to hold our implementing agents, if we're not able to drive the action, and we're not able to know what's happening with the projects that are being implemented, then it becomes a problem. The accounting officer needs to be able to implement consequence management to those reporting to him. And as well, everybody else, including this committee then as well, need to also be having oversight and be holding accountable the accounting officer and the accounting authorities as and when they come and report to this committee, which is part of what we say, the effective effective oversight becomes very critical in this space, because then therefore it starts driving the right action on everybody in the space. The professionalization of the space, it becomes critical. We've been talking about, if in water, is it lack of skills, or is it because the skills is there, but people just don't know what to do, or people do know what to do, but just people are not doing okay. And then we are going back to the culture of consequence management, because if I've got the right engineer, the right skill, the right person in the right job, then that person is not doing what they're supposed to do, then therefore there needs to be certain consequence management. But the last message, which is very critical, it is that fact that we need to have those right people who are sitting in the right position, and they must be driving the right action, and therefore would start seeing the right action going forward into this portfolio. Chairperson, can I conclude here and say thank you? We will take the comments and the questions in our presentation as and when we go. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated for your presentation, and as the AG has said that we will call you back numerous times in this term to come and assist us to do our oversight role. I just would like, before we start with the questions, to give the assurance to the AG that this portfolio committee will vigorously do their oversight on the department and the entities of the department to make sure that we could give service delivery to the people of this country. Colleagues, can we start with the question session? Can I get hands for those who've got questions to the AG? I don't see hands. Any hands?
Chair, I have tried to raise my hand. Let me just see what's going on.
Okay, there. Okay. Can I start with Honorable Mashlangu and then that following order? Honorable member, you can start your questioning.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone in the platform. Let me first welcome and appreciate the presentation from the Auditor-General. We must also applaud the institution for its contribution to fight against maladministration, fraud, corruption within the government. And we must further congratulate Honorable Chair and commend the Auditor-General together with the previous Minister, Honorable Mkhunu, for restoring the culture of accountability and transparency within the department and its entities, as well as ensuring that the department and its entities only use the public resources allocated to them for the provision of water and sanitation. And again, for collaborating with the department, for collaborating with the Auditor-General, they were able to clear some of the historic incidents of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And we applaud that some has been referred to the investigation unit for further investigation and prosecution. But Chair, at least there's a slow pace where we must at least recap what has been lost, in particular in terms of material irregularities. They are saying we have 14, but 5 they've been sorted. But you are just saying the speed, the Auditor-General in resolving, and some of the performance or the speed that they are moving is too slowly. And there are also many of the projects that are delaying, and there are no consequences of those projects. I also wanted to check in that side, why is the slow pace in recapping the lost finances, and also in improving the performance in some of the entities, in particular those water boards that they are slowly implementing. The last one here that I want to check, because they're in water boards where municipalities are owing those water boards, to say the Auditor-General, what are ways that you must implement in also recapping the money that has been owed to those boards so that they can be an efficient running of the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can we get the water board to answer that? I just would like the water board on the question, a very important question that the member has now asked on the municipalities. Whether you maybe could also say what is your recommendation on how to get that money back or assist the water boards. But could you answer that questions, please?
Chairperson?
AG?
Yes. If I may take this one. So, Chairperson, this is where it's critical to start activating the accountability ecosystem. I think Tabelo spoke about how nothing can be done alone. And I spoke about, and I know we've been telling the water boards themselves, we've been telling even the previous portfolio committee on how this is really impacting water boards. But we do know that the municipalities sit in another sphere of government, which then therefore it becomes very important that whole coordination and integration with the other sphere, because it sits with local government. If municipalities are not paying water boards, we can demonstrate in most instances that they are trying to recover the money. At other instances, I think we'd see where they would reduce the water and all of that. But then there's another consequence, which is not fair to the citizen. And this is where National Treasury needs to come into play, Chairperson. And yourself and any other committee that sits, and I'll make an example, maybe an NCOP, where we start activating to then say what then becomes a collective government effort in making sure that the municipalities don't take some of these water boards under with them. And I think our recommendation is exactly that, to then say, how do we activate all of us in those who have oversight? Because there is a National Treasury who deals with the finances of the municipalities. The municipalities don't want to hand over all of that. But my understanding is that that coordination of a committee, whether it's COCTA, whether it's yourself and other committees, becomes critical in National Treasury to get a solution to this part. And I think, Chairperson, there was another one around this, why the slow pace in improving performance. I think the most critical thing is how some of these things are more on a reactive basis, National Chairperson, to then say, we raise an MI around, I think the Nan spoke about one of the dams where we raised, and one of the key things that we drove there was how we saw the procurement strategy of the department not favoring the department in implementing this. And only then they started now having the strategy. Now the strategy is new, the procurement strategy. So the results, we could only see it in the next 3 years or 4 years, which means that we'd still have some of this. But the small wins, we had a workshop with the accounting officer together with the infrastructure team. And one of that workshop was aiming to say, you as a department, what are those bottlenecks that are sitting within your infrastructure projects that are meant to break down the barriers, the professionalization, the skilling process that becomes very important. So it's being able to understand which one are those and then start having them move at the right pace. But again, it's going back to accountability to then say, if things are not moving the way they're supposed to do, that is why consequence management, or we are saying holding people accountable, becomes critical. And this is at all levels. Tabelo, you can come in if I missed something there. Thanks.
No, I felt we have covered the questions in general, unless if the honorable member feels that we missed something, if you want something specific.
Yeah, there was a question that the honorable member asked you. In your view, why is it taking the department so long to recover this money?
from a material irregularity process. So what we have seen with the recovery, when we do raise a material irregularity, that then involves a loss in funds. So the department would then they will start with an investigation that then also bring other parties where the employees impacted do bring their own representation. So one of the areas we are realizing is whether we call it the legal process, then that kick in the moment the investigations needs to be concluded. Or let's say, for example, the investigation themselves take longer because everybody must have a fair chance of being heard in the investigations. And if they then conclude that indeed we need to recover from you, whether you're an employee or you as a service provider, when they then start engaging, whether it's the state attorney or any other legal process, we are finding the fact that those legal processes take longer than we would have loved them to take, because the people involved also want to defend themselves or also want to bring their own view. So when we look at all material irregularities across the board, not just at water, all material irregularities across the board that involves recovering of funds, we are realizing that because it kicks in a legal process, it then takes longer than what we anticipated. But what we get from an update point of view from the department is how far the legal process and what's happening. So that's the biggest delay that we are seeing across our board with MI, so we need to recover money.
Thank you very much. Could we go to Honorable Ramaila?
Thank you very much, and good morning to colleagues and everybody. But first, I would also like to really thank the AG for aspiring to have a stronger, more direct and consistent impact on improving the lived reality of South Africans. Then the ANC-led government of national unity is committed, and I must say, in transforming the lives of South Africans, as demonstrated by the number of bulk water and sanitation projects, as already alluded to by the AG's office. And it is actually through the work of the AG that we then can get a sense of the root causes for the delays in the implementation of projects. And therefore, ours as a portfolio committee is to ensure that the Department of Water and Sanitation develops an audit action plan that will respond to the root causes of these challenges, as they've already alluded to delayed implementation of infrastructure. But in the reports here, they haven't alluded to anything with regards to audit action plan. I know it was a reflection of remedial actions, but it is the audit implementation plan that would also be able to look into and say, do we have indeed implementable remedial action? So where we are, if we could at some point be presented with the audit action plan, because it's a tool through which we can be empowered as a portfolio committee to be able to have a handle over these issues that the AGS has raised, that the department is not complying in many instances. We would like to have that audit action plan that would obviously reflect the remedial action as a very strong tool that we would want to use. I also appreciate the fact that they have been talking about an accountability ecosystem. Now, for me, my understanding of this accountability ecosystem, it should indeed embrace entire ecosystem. In other words, all the spheres of government should be involved as an ecosystem, because once one part of the ecosystem is not that functional, then we would have a problem. So the AG's approach, in my view, must approach this matter as an ecosystem with regard to all the spheres of government. I can cite an example here. For instance, you have municipalities that are affecting the financial sustainability of water boards. But those municipalities we know, especially in rural areas, the majority of them are sort of insolvent. And from the AG's approach, what is it, and I say broader ecosystem, what is it that we are doing as government, including the AG, to ensure that all spheres of government become solvent in a manner that one sphere should not negatively affect the other one? Maybe the other question will be, as I'm talking the ecosystem in relation to accountability, is that, for instance, there's an issue on eradication of bucket system, the backlogs, and we know there are moving targets. Would have those that need to be resolved that are not moving, but we've got new settlements that brings in new challenges in as far as sanitation is concerned. Then they become a moving targets. But in this instance, specifically, I want to talk about human settlement and the local government sphere. Because you then find, and again, most in rural areas, where human settlement is building houses, it has to, at the same time, have budget for VIP toilets in the rural areas. But you don't see that coming. As a result, the targets keep on moving. So we could have an approach again of an ecosystem where we have human settlement bringing houses, but at the same time, having budgets for VIP toilets. In that regard, we'll be able to reduce these moving targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the members. So I thought I will assist with directing the questions to my team. I think one member that I wanted to indicate had said Ms. Jolene Pillay can make it. Other engagement ended early, so she's managed to join us. I think we are excited about it because she will then assist with a lot of questions around, I think even around the bucket eradication question that has come through. So Jolene will then also assist around what the department is doing with regard to the municipalities that are not able to then settle their work. So we've been engaging with the department a lot on the work they're doing on around the fact that the municipalities are not then settling all these fees. So she'll give a high level background on what the department is doing. I think what we would also recommend is that the Honorable Chair and members also engage with the department as well on what they are doing in that area. But when I look, if I respond to the one around the audit action plans. So as part of the normal audit, what we then do is when we raise each and every finding that we note, there is a recommendations and an audit action plan that management then puts together to ensure that they are going to address the matters being raised. So those action plans, they then put them together. I do know that most departments and entities then work with their own internal audit to make sure that they track those audit action plans. When we then resume in the following year, the first process we start with is to follow up on those action plans, where we say to the department, these are the action plans that you had committed to, how are they being implemented, and are we seeing the change? So that's the work that we do on the audit action plans that are very detailed per the area that we raise. It's also an area that we do recommend management to also request for those action plans that have been put together. What we usually do, we then summarize the action plans. And this is where towards the end of the slides, Honorable Chair and members, you would have seen we had a slide on call to action, where we were saying, for example, there need to be professionalization within the portfolio, where it talks about the right people in the right positions and doing the right thing. It's one of the action plans, but we are putting it at a high level, but the detail of which position, for example, that needs to be prioritized will be sitting in the detailed action plan that the management has. So from our side, we summarize it, but the detailed one that will focus in each and every finding that we raise, management would have it and really recommend that you actually ask for that action plans and also ask for the progress on that action plans, because that will help you or will tell you if the department is really moving in the right direction. With the accountability ecosystem, honorable member is correct. So we do have one full one that brings in MFMA. So for the purpose of this presentation, we had only included one that highlights only the PFMA, but there's one where we bring all the parties involved in the process. And that's how I was saying the presentation, the ecosystem partners we identified are not limited to those ones. There are other ones that we engage, but definitely there is an engagement as well with local government and the different role players. So what we usually do is, because they have two different year-end and two audit cycles, we from the national side will look at the PFMA cycle and then we'll engage the relevant stakeholders. Then we have what we call a handover, because the MFMA is then addressed by our counterparts in the provinces. So we have what we call a handover. In the handover, we are then saying to our counterparts, these are the ecosystem partners we've engaged. We are then handing over to say, please assist us with then also bringing in the ecosystem partners in the local government level. It doesn't say that we also don't engage them, but usually we then allow our colleagues from the province, because they are closer to the local government space and those stakeholders, they then engage them. But as the Office of the AGSA, we do have a full cycle of both national government, provincial government, as well as local government. So all of them are involved. So I am then going to hand over to Jolene. I think, Chair, she must show her face, so you know who you are dealing with. She'll then cover the part around overall what the department is doing around the financial viability of the municipalities. I think from the Office of the AGSA, what we do, ours is to audit and elevate those messages. And then we also then give insights to the department based on what we are seeing in the municipalities, so that the department and other role players then take over. But I think Jolene can give us a good rundown, a summary of what the department is then doing around the financial viabilities of the municipalities. Over to you, Jolene. Please show your face. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, can I just ask before Jolene comes up?
Yes, Chair.
Would the AG just present us with an action plan and a progress report, so that we could take this up with the department? So your
one that we have.
The one you have, and with the progress report that you have on the department, so that the committee can go through those documents and scrutinize it, and then also take that up with the department if we feel that they have failed in that instances. Thank you.
We'll do that, Chair. And if I got you correctly, you would need this within 14 days. That's the rules of engagement.
That's correct, yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Thank you so much, Chair. Jolene.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. As Tabelo has indicated, my name is Jolene Pillay, and I'm responsible for the audit of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Regarding the first question around what is the department doing to assist with the financial viability of the water boards, I just wanted to highlight that this is actually on top of the agenda of the accounting officer, and he has been discussing this at various forums just to ensure that everyone is aware of the dire position that these water boards are in currently, especially as it relates to Vaal Central and Machali's water that have taken over the responsibilities of Sedi Beng Water, which was disestablished in the previous financial year. With respect to that, the department has determined or drawn up a set of debt collection procedures, so that all of the water boards are very focused on debt collection from the municipalities, whether that will be in the form of specific agreements on repayments, or some kind of process to ensure that there's greater communication and there's greater efforts that's being undertaken to ensure that they are able to collect from the municipalities. This does present a problem, especially where some of these municipalities themselves are having issues in terms of financial viability and that they are unable to make payment. With respect to that, we know that the department has also engaged with the National Treasury, so they're busy with the process of trying to determine whether it is possible to ring fence some of the monies that have been allocated to them to ensure that there is some amounts that can be paid back to the water boards before it is being used for other purposes. This is something that is in process, so it's not yet been finalized. One of the things that the department has also indicated as being extremely important is that this matter needs to be taken seriously in terms of the management of municipalities, and it's an issue that needs to be raised on a wider level, especially to COGTA in terms of the management of the municipalities and how the financial viability of these municipalities need to really be looked at so that something can be done to improve that, which will then help to ensure that they are able to repay their debts in this respect. So there are various things that the department is currently looking at to try to ensure that they are proactively dealing with the issue of the inability of the municipalities to repay. The department is also very aware of the impact, if one of these municipalities, if the water boards are unable to continue, it will have serious consequences in terms of their ability to service municipalities. And then therefore, we could result in a situation where water is not provided to a larger portion of the country. So it really is something that is a concern. Tabelo had also asked that I speak to you on the issue of bucket eradication. That was raised as a question at the beginning of the session, and if I can just cover it now as well. It's true that the department has included in their medium-term framework a target to eradicate 12,221 bucket systems over their 5-year period. Unfortunately, the spending in this respect has been very slow, and the department has, only achieved something like 696 against the target of 12,221. It is a matter that we have been raising as a concern with the department. However, there has been slow progress in this respect. The department has also indicated that one of the challenges that they have in relating to this is that for the areas that have been identified, there is no bulk infrastructure system in place to support a proper sanitation system. And therefore, the spending has been slow. However, the department has started a process of trying to implement bulk infrastructure to be able to support then a proper sanitation system. And maybe this also goes back to what our speakers, Tendani and Nelly, had spoken to earlier, that, it comes back down to poor planning for some of the projects that they have, and poor project management, whereby it's really taking a long time to identify what the real issues are and to address those. But our understanding at this point is that the department is trying to address the issue around the installation of bulk infrastructure to support those sanitation systems. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I maybe ask that people that do the presentation that they put on their video as well, please, so that we don't sit with we're speaking to someone that we can't see. The next question is Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Auditor-General team for the presentation. Whilst in general, I don't think there's anything that is unsurprising to those of us operating in the sector, it just adds to the concern facing the municipal supply chain when you see it all explained as you have done.
Stephen, my apology. Can I ask you to
yes.
put on your camera, please?
Yes, of course, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm going to go through a couple of specific items out of the report that I want to ask questions on. And then I'll round off, and I'm trying to keep within that 5 minutes that you asked us to do, Chair. So particularly in terms of infrastructure projects, there was a variety of comments. Procurement takes longer, causing delays. But despite this, the procurement process doesn't result in contractors who are able to do the work, poor performance, failure to manage cash flow. And this is a general thing. We've experienced this across the board. The recommendation from the AG is to appoint contractors with a good history and adequate cash reserves. But my concern here is that this isn't in line with our national supply chain policies. So I wanted to ask whether the AG has made a recommendation that supply chain policies should be changed in any formal national forum or with the Treasury, if they've done anything like that. On page 14, I just wanted to get some clarification on the amounts of 18.9 billion rand and 29.7 billion rand. Please, can I get an explanation on that? Because if it's a year-on-year increase, 10 billion doesn't equate to a 4% increase. So I'm just trying to understand that. Does the Auditor-General maybe you've asked the question and maybe you can provide us with the answer as to why, if only 50% of municipalities have sent the department the required corrective plans in terms of water quality, only 90 non-compliance notices have been sent. Is this something you've engaged the department on? Then in terms of material irregularity, obviously this is a critical area, but when I was looking at it compared to the annual water losses, it actually is less of a critical problem. And I know for the AG, this is a key part of your work. But when we're faced with the financial health of our water system, I think it's going to be quite critical to focus a lot more on water losses. And that takes me to, I suppose, the key concern. When I talk about the financial health of our institutions, it seems like from the presentation, the water board saw about a 5 billion rand increase year on year for municipal debt. A 5 billion increase year on year is not sustainable. It's larger than the bailouts that we give to SAA by a significant amount. And so my concern here is that whilst we all understand the problem, a lot of the interventions here are trying to fix the symptoms and not the cause. And by the time we go to the municipalities to say you really need to pay water boards, it doesn't matter. The municipalities don't have money. And I feel at some level, Chair, and you and I have spoken about this beforehand, I do think that whilst presentations like these show the results and we say you need to pay the money, you need to be fiscally responsible, we have to look at the symptoms that are causing the problems, and asking municipalities nicely to do their job when they already know they need to do their job, I'm not convinced is necessarily the right way of handling this, because seeing the evidence here that the AG has raised, that we've raised in the past, that is one of the few issues that I think everyone agrees on, is that municipalities need to focus on this area more. The reality is they aren't. And I do think at some level, and maybe the AG has a perspective on this, but at some level, municipalities need to be forced to focus on this more. Not asked, but we need to find some legislative mechanism in order to require municipalities to spend the money on this core service delivery issue and not elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, AG.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just direct the questions. The question on infrastructure around the recommendation on supply chain policy, I will direct that to Dendani. He can respond to that. While he has the floor, he can respond to the water losses. I know he's going to be supported by Jolene. And then I think there was also a question on water quality municipality as well. I think that will reside as well with Jolene. Sorry, my camera, I forgot to put it in. Will also be dealt with by Jolene. And Honorable Chair, I'm not sure I got clearly the last question of the Honorable Member. Maybe can I ask that maybe he rephrase, because I thought he was asking about MIs. but then towards the end, I felt was asking about something else. May I please, Honorable Chair, member to clarify the last question?
Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question was more just speaking to you and the committee and the department on the call while we address this issue, rather than looking. The Auditor-General can't be expected to resolve this issue for us on the municipalities. So it's more directed at the committee, just for saying we can get this information and be told it 100 times about municipalities are failing. But as a committee, we need to take cognizance of the need to find a real solution that isn't just asking them to do their job again and again. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that. So I'll start with Tendani. Please remember to turn your videos, and then Jolene will then take the remaining questions.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Tabelo and the honorable member for the questions. Yeah, so just on the contractors who are then appointed, and then down the line, the department then identifies that they basically then do not have, say, a good history of financial records, or have the appropriate resources, being the assets and the funds, to then carry out this infrastructure project. Yeah, so we have made the recommendation to say an assessment should basically be made on whether these contractors do have the appropriate resources to carry out this project. So in terms of us in communicating with National Treasury, we do take the recommendation to say maybe that also should then be communicated to ensure that also the procurement prescripts are updated to also then reflect that. But from the side of the water boards, what we are identifying is that then it becomes quite problematic when during the project the contractors do not have then the necessary means to contract to perform this significant bulk water construction. We do note that there is the CIDP regulation that also then applies, indicates the grading of the contractors to be appointed for certain projects, and that we also then perform an audit to ensure that contractors with the appropriate grading are appointed based on the projects that they've undertaken before. That sort of covers, protects the department and the entities in procuring contractors that will have then appropriate sort of appropriate the appropriate skills in conducting this bulk water infrastructure projects. But we do take the recommendations that maybe also then we should then just consider raising up with the National Treasury to ensure that also then the departments and the entities is protected in ensuring that they appoint appropriate contractors who have the necessary skills to and also resources to construct bulk water infrastructure projects. So thanks. I think for the water losses, I'll hand over to Jolene.
Thank you, Tendani. I'm just going to put my video on. Thank you, Claire. I'm going to firstly take the question around water quality. The question was whether, why is the department not taking action or enforcement action where action plans have not been submitted by the municipalities? So the department has actually done a lot in terms of the blue drop and the green drop report, and it provides a wealth of information and is intended to support the municipalities to help them or assist them to be able to improve in those areas that they are falling short on. So it was actually quite a good initiative from the department. When those blue drop and green drop reports were issued, the department had asked for action plans to be submitted, because essentially it's the municipalities that make decisions around what is budgeted, who is employed, and what can be done around, the management around water quality, whether it's drinking water or it's wastewater that needs to be managed. So that was the purpose of the blue drop and the green drop reports. We have indicated that there has been slow progress from the municipalities to be able to, that was submitted to the departments that they can assess and assist where necessary. In the same slide, we have also indicated that in respect of the green drop, which relates to wastewater, that the department has started taking action against those that are transgressing in terms of the Water Services Act and the National Water Act. The Act is very specific on those areas that the department can take action against the municipalities. And primarily when we look at wastewater, the department has identified certain instances where the municipalities are polluting water resources, where wastewater is then flowing into rivers and other sources of water, and therefore is causing pollution or damage to the environment in that respect. So in those circumstances, the Act then provides for the department to start taking action against the municipalities, and therefore the enforcement action is then based on where specific evidence has been obtained that municipalities are harming the environment or polluting, important water resources. So that is the difference between taking enforcement action in respect of wastewater polluting, our water resources versus the action plans that have been requested. Chair, I hope that answers the question. I also maybe just need some guidance on the question on water losses. Chair, if you can please assist me on, what is the question on water losses? Thank you, Chair.
Stephen?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm going back to my notes trying to figure out. It was because there was two numbers on page 14. 18.9 billion rand and 29.7 billion rand. And I was trying to understand so it's in the speech bubble in the middle of the page. The sector loses money spent to treat water to become drinkable. I realize reading this now that I know the answer, so we can skip that. I just had read it 3 times and misunderstood. So apologies for wasting everyone's time, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Is that all the questions been answered, Honourable Moore? You happy?
Chair, I wouldn't say I'm happy, but I do think the reality is, as I say, the Auditor-General has already given us the information, so I'm satisfied for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Matlala, it's your turn now.
No, thank you, Member Basson, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation, and members. And further extend my greetings to the Honorable Auditor-General and the team. We are facing a serious crisis where the department has consistently failed to address water and sanitation issues effectively, leaving many South Africans without access to basic rights, such as water and sanitation. And this persistent problem exacerbated by a lack of political will and not holding anyone accountable who's been found on the wrong side. And I think the Auditor General have spoken about it, that there is no consequent management in her findings. And there's inadequate project management, particularly those things lead to poor Black people end up suffering in their lives, because it's only the Black majority that doesn't have water. It's only the Black majority that doesn't have proper sanitation. I can count various provinces. When you talk about water that is not accessible, we are talking about the Black majority. So I like the fact that the Auditor-General in her findings as well, he spoke about the issue of the war on water leaks. Regarding this thing of the artisan program launched in 2015 to train 15,000 youth to reduce water losses, can maybe the Auditor-General provide an insight of where are we with this matter? Because certain matters we end up not knowing anything about them. And the other issue, AG, with regards to the consequence management, I think as well, with regards to the project management, we went, as the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, we went to Free State, where we found that there is infrastructures of toilets that have been built, but there's no bulk systems. So people were using those infrastructures to flush. As they are flushing the toilets, sewage goes to the streets and everything. You walk on cack or feces as you walk. What is the role of the Auditor-General on that? What do we do about those things? Because there must be consequence management. It's either the implementation agent did not do his work, or either the department from the onset, they did not do their work. Because how can we build an infrastructure such as toilets? And we know very well that this toilet must flush, but there is nothing that talks about the bulk infrastructure. Where are we with regards to the Setsota municipalities? I heard here, in situation where the municipalities is not responding, you enforce actions. Did we enforce actions on those municipalities? Because we don't know at the moment what happened. The issue of eradication, bucket eradication system, it started in 2012, as we can see. 2012 till today, the government of South Africa is still failing to eradicate. In the beginning, it was only 52,000 toilets in the formal areas. Bucket eradication. They failed to eradicate the 52,000. Today, we are always speaking about one thing. Last year, before the end of the term earlier this year, we were told that they are about to finish in Northern Cape, but nothing has happened as we speak. So the 600 and something toilets they were speaking about, the bucket eradication program is still, there's still something that we cannot say that it's about to materialize. And the issue of bucket eradication, AG, is not only on formal settlements. Informal settlement is suffering. The 52,000 is not the exact number. Informal settlement are suffering where they are living on those conditions. So what insight can the AG give us to move this thing going forward? AG also seek to understand the underlying factors contributing to the weak financial and non-financial performance of the water and sanitation portfolio across the entire water value chain in South Africa. In light of the recent reports, we would appreciate your insight on the following question. Firstly, what are the primary causes identified for the underperformance in financial and non-financial aspect within the water and sanitation sector? And number two, could you elaborate on the impact of the coordination between the Department of Water and Sanitation and the water boards on the reported performance outcome? How has the audit insight provided to Parliament, the Minister, and the Department of Water and Sanitation being utilized to address the performance shortfalls? I understand that the department is not here. Some of the questions were supposed to be actually directed to the department, but we see you writing the recommendations, but those recommendations are not giving us fruitful or the end product at the end. We find ourselves, the people suffering. As you have mentioned earlier, there's too many delays in everything. So we are faced with a situation where the department is not moving forward with anything. The delay of the Lesotho Highland project, the delay of the Giyani, people of Giyani, 55 villages. Last year we went to oversight. On our oversight, we were told that by the end of March, 2024, all 55 villages will have water. We are speaking today, the 55 villages. I'm from Limpopo. The people of Guyana still doesn't have water. There's a problem of reticulation. Every time you ask the minister the questions, you've been told that it's on progress. When will this thing of being on progress come to an end? And when we have deadlines must be respected and everything be done accordingly. Is the department doing what we call consequence management? This is what I'm raising all these things out of frustration, because the people on the ground are frustrated. Is the department doing what we call consequence management? If they are not doing the consequence management, how can the AG assist us? What is the role of the SIU? When can we engage? When is the AG conducting the SIU to take over in situation like this? Because we see things not happening. AG. Lastly, AG, how does the AGSA and SIU collaboration enhance the investigation on financial misconduct in the water and sanitation sector? And what mechanisms are in place to ensure effective information sharing and coordination between AGSA and SIU in investigating water and sanitation sector cases? Ke fetsa batho ba sokola AG, and re tshepile lena re bona o kare department ya lena ke yona e tlo go pusha gore batho ba dire mmereko, mara re a bona le re fa di findings, but di findings ka re ga committee re jula re le frustrated because ga di felele felo. Ke thomile ka 2019 ke le member of parliament. Every day they are telling us about gona le delay go Mzimvufu Dam, gona le delay kamuka, everywhere is delays. I can count all kinds of all delays, and I'm happy today in your presentation you gave us all the delays in all these projects. How can the AG come in and assist us? I understand you mentioned this thing of dispute resolution. You don't want to see yourself fighting with the department or either the municipalities, but how can you push these people to make sure that they do their work? They're not doing their work. The people on the ground are suffering. In Durban, as we are speaking, the sewage is all over. Everywhere, we are in a crisis. When I started, I said we are in a crisis. This country is collapsing. Can the AG please assist us of how are we going to hold these people into account? Because we are getting these fundings, but they are not assisting us. We wonder whether the GNU will also assist us. Maybe they will do so, but we also don't have trust because we know where their interest lies. Thanks so much, Honorable Person. I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. AG, the member has asked very important questions on the water board, and I would just like you to also give your view so that we could understand. Currently, the water boards report directly to the minister and not to the DG. Therefore, the department is not really involved within the water boards in the respect of reporting. Can you maybe give your overview on that as well? Because that could be a concern for us where the department has no oversight role over the DG, but the minister has. AG, over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. There were a lot of questions and would really ask to be kept honest if we do miss a question. I think from observation, some of the question might be best placed with the department. I think the Honorable Member also alluded to that, but we will try by all means to cover the questions that has been provided because there's a number of them. So I will take some of the questions. I won't take them in particular order, but then I am going to then ask my colleagues to then reflect. I think a lot of the questions would also be reflected by Jolene because it leads to the department around the war on leaks. That's what I heard from the Honorable Member. You can give us an update of what's happening there. And then on the bucket eradication as well, I do know that she had reflected earlier, but I don't know if you want to top up on some of the, based on some of the questions that we then received and our role in the process. And then there was I'm listing them so that my team members can be preparing themselves, Honorable Chair. And then there was also the question around the primary causes for the underperformance. And I'm assuming that the chair, the honorable member was looking at the slides we had on the performance. There was a slide around the performance of the department over the MTSF. And then there was also a slide followed by the performance of the water boards. So I'm assuming that's what the honorable member is referring to. So my colleagues also take what is the primary causes of the underperformance. I think you also covered the question around the relationship between the department and the water boards and the involvement. I do know that there's a reflection there. I do know that there's work that the DG does with the water boards, but I'm going to allow, I think, Jolene to also reflect on the relationship and how the two, which is the water boards and the department, are engaging on that level. There was also a question around about how our audit insights being utilized to improve service delivery. The progress on the Guyani one, Jolene, I think it's also going to be is the consequence management. But what I was getting from the honorable member, then she'll keep me honest if I misunderstood it, was how is the consequence within the department when there are all these challenges? I think, Jolene, if you can reflect on the consequence management processes within the department with all the delayed projects that we are seeing in water, and even though there are some of the recommendations that we've been raising. I will then talk to the role of the SIU and how we collaborate with the SIU as the Office of the AGSA. So, so the way we collaborate with the SIU on a lot of matters. So we currently have a memorandum of understanding, because we do understand that when we look at our role as the Office of the AGSA, ours is to audit and we provide insights and we don't investigate, but on matters that we feel that needs to be referred to the SIU. Specifically, I think also when we look at the material irregularity process, it allows us to refer to other public bodies besides SIU. We then have that memorandum of understanding where we then meet with them, and then we then hand over any matters that we feel would best sit within their responsibilities of investigation. I think over the years we have handed a lot of this to them. So we don't only hand over or work with the SIU. Some instances with some of the findings we do sometimes hand over to the Hawks or even the public protector. It depends on the matter we receive. So we do have MOUs with these different public bodies that have the mandate of investigation, that in instances where we identify a matter that we really think it needs investigation than the audit process, we then hand over those. So what we then have is they do have meetings. I'm not sure of the frequency of the meetings because it's our colleagues in the investigation BUs that champions that. They do have meetings where they then get an update on what is happening on the process. But similar to my comment earlier when we spoke about the legal process, what we do find is but the moment we then hand over to the SIU now starts following its own process according to its own mandate. And therefore, sometimes we do understand that investigations do take long, but they do keep us updated on all the cases that we've handed over to them. And also when there are challenges, they do keep us updated. I think we also appreciate that by the time it goes to the other bodies, because they follow their own investigation process, sometimes what we do is to follow up and get updated and see if people are then being held accountable. So that's how we are collaborating with the SIU on any matters that requires their involvement. I think from my side, I think I'll cover that part, and I'm going to allow Jolene to cover the majority of the question. And I think, Honorable Chair and Member, please keep us honest if we are missing a question. Over to you, Jolene.
Thank you, Tabelo, and thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start with the question around the water losses and, what are some of the insights that we're getting on the water losses? When we look at water losses and the numbers that we have presented on the slides, they relate to water losses that have been determined or measured at the water service authorities. So it is mainly at those municipalities that have been classified or are providing water services. what we are finding is that the main reasons why significant water losses are being incurred is mainly due to the old and aging infrastructure that's currently in place, whereby there isn't sufficient efforts being made to upgrade that infrastructure. We are also finding that water infrastructure is not being adequately maintained. These are the primary drivers for why water is lost through the distribution process, but mainly at the municipal level. The other root cause that's coming through from the work that the department has been doing on the No Drop report is that a lot of these municipalities don't have the required skill, to be able to properly maintain the infrastructure systems that they have. And this is an important aspect for municipalities to devote enough attention towards, planning appropriately with the spending that needs to happen around upgrading of infrastructure and then the maintenance of the infrastructure. So those are probably some of the main drivers for why there are these losses that's occurring. Regarding the project that was undertaken by the department quite a few years ago around the Warren leaks, that is something that is no longer in place. In other words, the department is not spending any more money on training of certain individuals or identified individuals to be able to have the required skills to assist municipalities with addressing leaks within the system. A lot of money has been spent over quite a few years around the Warren leaks, but we have noted that there has really been no implementation after the training has happened, and therefore those skills have really been lost to the system. So the Warren leaks really didn't have the impact that it was expected to have in respect of addressing the issue on leaks. This matter has been raised as a material irregularity by our office, and it has been issued to the EW SETA, the Energy and Water SETA, whereby they have been requested to address this matter through the MI process and to conduct the investigations around this, to be able to determine what's the right course of action in addressing the concerns that we raised around the Warren leaks and the losses and the financial losses that has been incurred relating to this particular project. If we move on to the question around water boards and the relationship that they have with the department, yes, it's true, they do report into the minister, and from our observations, there are regular engagements between the water boards and the minister through the DG and the department, whereby the department does actively review the audit outcomes, their financial controls that they have in place, as well as their performance that is being reviewed on a regular basis. The department does also get involved in trying to determine what are the key indicators that they should be reporting on in respect of that. With respect to water board's performance, if the committee requires detailed information on that, we will be able to share that with you as well. Regarding the issue on consequence management for delayed projects, this is something that is still a concern at the department, and we have raised it in our presentation as well. We are saying that there are projects that are significantly delayed, but we are not seeing that the department is taking sufficient action against the implementing agents that are responsible for those projects, or against the contractors where there's poor performance against that. So that is something that we've raised as an issue with the department, and that is something that they have indicated that they will continue to look at and to try to address going forward. Thank you, Chair. I hope that answers the questions, or you'll let me know. Thank you.
Could we continue? I will at the end ask whether the member is happy with the questions answered.
No. Thanks so much, Honorable Basson. We received the answers, but we are not happy because not actually with the answers. We are unhappy with how things are done. Because the wrongdoers are just doing wrongs, knowing very well that for me to be held accountable, it's going to take me 30 years before this government can take me to task. We cannot allow something like that happening. I understand it's not the role of the Auditor-General, but I'm also requesting, if possible, the Auditor-General, as it says there, that it can issue directives, it can do certain things that will make those people end up being held accountable. Let us enforce those actions, and make sure that people account for their wrongdoings. I'm talking about 2020, 2012, when these things of the bucket eradication started, and we see nothing wrong about that. And the monies of the people, the taxpayers' monies, are going to the dustbin, because as we are not holding those people accountable every year, we are budgeting, we are putting more money into those projects, and nothing at the end is going to materialize. I'm telling you today here in this portfolio committee, by the end of this term, which is going to be, I think, in 2029, the bucket eradication system is still going to come in, and being told that out of 52,000, we are still left with 500 and something. We started from 2019 talking about this thing. We're still talking about it today. It must come to an end. The issue of the Diani people, they don't have water. Let's do something. The Auditor-General, we're fundings, but we must do something based on these fundings. We must push this department, we must push the municipalities to do their work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Can we go to Honourable Ditebe?
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the AG's office.
Could you just put on
Let me start off. Oh, okay. Can you see me now, Chair?
I can see you clearly.
Okay, thank you. Chair, thank you very much. Greetings to the, excuse me, office, the Auditor-General's office. And let me start off by commending them for continuing to be the supreme audit institution underpinned by those 12 principles. And indeed, within the context of the accountability ecosystem, all of us must play a role, because notwithstanding the number of pieces of legislation that are churned out of the national legislature and amendment acts, etc., the Office of the Auditor-General can only do so much. And I think correctly so, that is why they refer to the accountability ecosystem, to demonstrate the efficacy of the collaborative approach with regards to holding everybody else accountable with regards to public finances. My question, Chair, with regards to the accountability, or rather the culture shift that the AGSA referred to within, again, the framework of the within the framework of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. I'd like to know whether they've been able so far to measure the extent to which the values, the practices, and the culture which they would like to shift from doing harm to doing good has taken root or effect within the department and its entities. Obviously, based on the questions that other members have raised or have posed, it is quite clear that it is a very slow and painful process. But perhaps on their part, if they could, on the basis of what used to happen in the past compared to now, whether they could give us some good news with regards to that. And of course, we know that the Public Audit Amendment Act and references material irregularities that now we are able, the AGSA has got teeth, but again, there's only so much to be done. Lastly, Chair, the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency bill remains, as far as we know, unsigned. We don't know whether there are any reservations on the part of the presidency. Would the AGSA say that perhaps they have a word on these kinds of bills, which obviously, if signed into law, would continue to improve the accountability ecosystem? Are they able in any way to wield some influence so that that is done? And lastly, Chair, the green drop status of the sanitation sector. We have the wastewater treatment works right across municipalities, and the calculated risk rating of those wastewater treatment works. Is it possible that through collaboration between the AGSA, the department, and various entities, we could have that kind of report and then be able to interact with AGSA? Because we know that if wastewater treatment works are not taken care of, or the calculated risk rating is not enforced, we could have cholera, we could have E. coli, etc. In fact, in Britain at the moment, I think private companies that are polluting rivers have been fined something to the tune of £168 million. Now, the SANS 241, of course, relates to blue drop status, but our green drop reports are informed, as we know, by the guidelines of the World Health Organization on water quality as well. Of course, there is a dialectical connection, I mean to say. Now, I'd like to know whether the Office of the Auditor-General is able to provide timely information to us so that independent of anybody else, we can monitor these things and be able to do oversight as provided for in terms of the accountability ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, for the question. I might ask the Honorable Member to maybe rephrase or repeat the last question, but let me first take the two questions. The first question was around when we look at our culture shift strategy and what we have put in as the characteristics of doing good, which is the performance, the transparency, the accountability, and also the institutional integrity. If the question was around if we have measured the entities within government, and because the way I got it is, are we seeing something good? So this is one of the processes that we just started not long ago, where we then developed I'm going to call it a matrix or a framework for determining whether if we then apply the four main principles, whether an entity or an auditee will then result in the doing good category or the doing harm category. So we've started that intentionally. So when we started the process, we did a benchmark, but we had benchmarked with the prior year's audit outcomes because we wanted to see what message it's going to give us. So we did, and our initial assessment, unfortunately, I want to tell you a good story. It was not looking too good. What we are seeing with the assessment that we've done is that most of the auditees that are sitting in the doing good categories are then the smaller entities or the smaller public entities within government. Most of our bigger departments and entities, and especially the ones that are in the cold face of service delivery, unfortunately, they were not getting to be plotted in that doing good category, which has those four characteristics. And I think that is where, when we have then plotted them, we've then journeyed with them to say, but what are the contributing factors that are making them sit in this category? A lot of them, unfortunately, was the performance, and this talks to the meeting of the targets that they themselves have set. And I think in the slide, when we were starting, I can't remember if Tenani or Nelly covered it. We then say when a department sets its target, it looks at its mandate, and then it then says, this will be my indicators and targets that I'll use to measure myself on whether I have met the mandate and on whether there is a translation into service delivery. Unfortunately, a lot of them are not meeting those service delivery targets that they've set for themselves. I think it's also the example that we had here when we were presenting, where some of the MTSF targets are not met. Even also from the water boards area, the strategic objectives that the entities have set for themselves are not meeting. So usually those are that is the one big pitfall that we are seeing within the system. And I think over the years, one of the areas that we're realizing it, when we look at how we approach our audit of predetermined objectives, we usually will look at whether whatever they are disclosing is valid, is accurate and complete. We were not sometimes looking into what is the cost of unit then meeting your performance, which was actually one of the questions that was raised. So that is the way the picture is currently, and we are seeing a lot of them are sitting them. They are also having an impacted as well by compliance. We are also seeing that compliance is one of the areas where they are struggling with. They are not compliant with laws and regulations. A lot of them is your supply chain management processes. There are a lot of entities, and I'm talking across board. I'm not necessarily as reflecting with the water portfolio. There's a lot of them are struggling with complying, and for us, we feel that, but that is the basics from a point where the National Treasury would have provided guidance on what you need to comply with as you're procuring. So a lot of entities are still struggling there. And then, of course, with consequence management. So far with what we have measured and what we've scored, unfortunately, it's only the smaller entities that are moving towards doing good. A lot of them are still sitting in the either doing harm category or not doing the basics. What we are doing is, after we have then measured you, we then identify areas where we can focus on. And that's why you would have seen also in the water portfolio, we then focus on infrastructure, because we see they're struggling, and we then zoom into that to try to assist them in unpacking what is the real root cause that's making them not achieve their targets. I think Jolene or Nelly did refer to say, with, for example, the department, sometime this year, we had a workshop with them where they brought the representative from the provinces, and they were trying to unpack the real reason or the real cause behind why the infrastructure unit is struggling to meet the targets. And then from there, they then came up with action plan. It was not our action plans, it was their action plan. So what we do, we then journey with them and influence them. In some instances, we realize that maybe they need assistance from National Treasury. I think Tendani also referred to. Then we then identify, are there other role players who can influence and in supporting their department so that they can then move. So in a nutshell, that's what activities we usually do within the culture shift strategy. The level of activities is driven by what then impacts on the 4 principles. What is the one that they're struggling with? And then we then support them within our mandate to move to the next one. There was a then question that was asked around if I hope I got the honorable member correct, around the influence on signing legislation. Unfortunately, on our side, honorable member, we can only do so much, we can only recommend, but I think their signing of legislation still sits within the responsibility. If it's in the presidency, then it sits there. What we do, like I said, as part of culture shift strategy, where there is a recommendation, we'll then try to raise it as one of the root causes that is impacting a movement, and we'll try to, in various platforms like here, we'll try to present it. We'll try, when we do engage the various levels of accountability, we'll raise it. But I think from our side, we then said it's still really the responsibility of that office to then actually put the pen to paper. But from our side, we try by raising recommendations as much as we go. I think, honorable member, I would maybe want the clarity around the report around collaboration, because I did hear the green door, but also hear the conversation around the wastewater treatment. Maybe, honorable member, if you can clarify for me what the question is there.
Chair, may I proceed?
You're more than welcome.
Yeah, okay. That part of relates to ability on our part, armed with correct data, to monitor the state of each and every waste works across the country. Because as you know, Chair, that is governed by the Green Drop report, but more specifically to determine the extent to which, for example, wastewater treatment works is functioning properly, which should be 90% and above. They use the calculated risk rating. Now, there is quite a time lag by the time the Auditor-General comes back. But as part of the accountability ecosystem, do they have any mechanisms where they could say, look, this particular wastewater treatment works is not functioning as per the prescripts? An example, we read in the news that I think when the Auditor-General did an interview, they went to one hospital ward in Mpumalanga, which had been built or refurbished. It was up to scratch, but it was not staffed. But in the aftermath of their visit, only then did the hospital ward begin to work or to function and serve people. And the point here that was being made was with regards to the impact and the outcomes. So that was with regards to that. But of course, I also drew attention to Science 241 and the guidelines of the World Health Organization on drinking water quality. But just to show that there is, on the one hand, raw water, but also wastewater, which gets discharged into the river system, provided that it has been treated properly at the wastewater treatment plants. Hence my reference to the calculated risk rating, because we have the Green Drop, the Green Watch, and the Green Risk Report. So that is the area that I was referring to, and the role of the Auditor-General's office in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So I will respond to the timely information around the wastewater, and then Jolene could maybe expand on the work that we are doing around the wastewater treatment works within the office of the AGSA. So from our side, I don't think we had included in this presentation, because sometimes we do include it in either the presentation of local government, sometimes also of environmental affairs. So what I do know with the status of what I do know is, from our side, we developed what we call a value chain that looks at the whole value chain of water from start to finish. And you are right. In the process, we did identify that there's other role players that are then going to kick in and then assist us, or they are responsible for different areas, right? And so based on that, we then developed, I'm trying to not use our words in the office, what we call a multi-year audit plan. In this audit plan, we then sort of identify to say, if there is a challenge around the wastewater treatment works, what is the responsibility and who is responsible to make sure that those challenges are then addressed? We then develop procedures around that and work together with our municipal colleagues on how to then address the matter. But then on the status update of what we are seeing and where you can get the less information, I'm going to allow Jolene to then break it up a little bit on what we are seeing and assist us on how we can then support Parliament on timely information so that they are also able to then discharge their oversight responsibility. Jolene?
Thank you, Tabelo, and Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. It is correct. I think wastewater treatment works represents quite a significant concern for us as the AGSA as well, not just for the environmental aspects, but also because of the health aspects, where the member had also spoken about the risk of cholera and other diseases. We have been looking at this area for a few years now. When we started our presentation, we spoke about material irregularities. And one of the aspects we look at when we look at material irregularities is whether an entity is causing harm to the environment. With respect to the wastewater treatment works, we have done work independent of the green drop reports where we would have identified specific risks at the municipalities, and we would have also used our environmental specialist to go and investigate those wastewater treatment works and to determine whether it represents significant risk to the environment and also to the health of the communities in those surrounding areas. In that respect, we have issued quite a number of material irregularity notifications to the municipalities that are causing harm to the environment. And that is information that we can share with you as well. And this is over and above or in addition to the work that the department is doing with respect to their enforcement action they're taking in respect of that as well. So yes, that is a concern for us. It's something that we will continue to look at in the future as well. But in respect of the work that we've done and the material irregularities we've issued in terms of those wastewater treatment works, we can share that information with you. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. And can I then ask that that report also be sent to us so that we can scrutinize that?
Thank you, Chair. We'll do so.
Can we now ask the Honourable Mosekatsi to ask her questions?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all on the platform. Greetings, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me take also this opportunity to welcome and appreciate the presentation by the Auditor-General as it highlights the important role it plays in enhancing parliamentary oversight by conducting an extensive audit of the department and its entities. The Auditor-General as an important Chapter 9 institution that reports our democracy has over the years played a critical role in uncovering instances of maladministration, fraud, and corruption. The presentation note that there have been significant improvements in the audit outcomes of the department and its entities. Chairperson, just to emphasize that the Office of the Auditor-General is very critical to strengthen our constitutional democracy as it's encapsulated in Section 188 of the Constitution of South Africa, read together with the Public Audit Act, Section 20, subsection 2, which is very important. Therefore, it really plays a critical role in making sure that all of us are accountable in terms of the work that we are doing for our communities. And now my question is, Chair, in terms of the report or the presentation that the Auditor-General Office presented to us, I just want to ask two questions here. In terms of the medium-term strategic framework relates to the work that we are doing. Chairperson, we all know that the strategic term outlines government strategic 5-year plan for the administration, which reflects commitments of the department to implement in terms of the national development through planned activities, actions, and targets. So just to reflect on the performance, Chair, my question would be, in terms of the performance the department itself. Can the AG possibly assist in tracking the improvements in terms of the targets that have been set for the department and its entities in terms of the action plans they have set for themselves? And then the other question, Chair, that I would also want to ask in terms of the report is that have there been instances in the past where the department and its entities failed to follow the AG's recommendation? And what has the AG done in response to that? I know that it was also reported that the AG also have a mechanism to enforce if departments does not respond to the recommendations by the AG. But my next question would be, if the AG has already enforced those recommendations and the department or the entities responsible do not report or respond to those that has been asked from them, what is the other plan from the AG to ensure that they report and those enforcements are actually working for our communities? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. I am going to allow Jolene to respond on the one on the performance of the department, if there's been any improvement on the targets. That's how I understood the question. And then I'm also going to allow, and I'll allow both of them to reflect, because I believe that the question around if there's been any instances where either the department or entities fail to follow our recommendations, I'll allow both Tendani and Jolene to reflect, because Tendani can reflect on the department, Jolene can reflect on the department, and Tendani can then reflect on TCT and WTE. If generally there are instances where they are not following our recommendations, and then allow, since he presented the material irregularities, to sort of maybe expand a little bit in instances where we have issued the material irregularities and we are not satisfied with the response by the accounting officer. What then do we follow around the material irregularity process? With your permission, Chair, can I hand over to my team? Thank you, Chair. Jolene will start, and then Tendani will then conclude the questions. Thank you, Jolene.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Tabelo. So in respect of the first question around the responsiveness to our recommendations, we have noted, since the appointment of the DG as being a permanent DG after several acting appointments, that there has been a positive direction that the department has taken, especially as it relates to the audit outcomes. So in respect of the key matters that have been impacting on the audit report, including, issues around compliance, we have definitely noted an improvement, and that the department has been positively responding to our recommendations. And we'll talk to that a little bit more when we come to speak to with the BRRR process. With respect to recommendations that we've been making around performance, our key concerns still remain around infrastructure and, the completion.
Honorable Member, please just mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So our key concerns still remain around projects, project delays, and that we've also been looking at this in terms of our audit process, especially around the delayed projects, in order to make recommendations around that. We have noted a positive attitude from the department in terms of the recommendations that we've been making, and we have also been collaborating with the department in terms of the development of action plans in that respect. So we're hoping that going forward, that this will be something that they will continue to look at and to continue to implement our recommendations in that respect. So in respect of the performance of the department, I think when it comes to the completion of those projects, there is a mix. I think we've indicated that the department has achieved something like 78% of the targets that have been set for themselves. But a key part of that is going to be then the targets that have not been met around infrastructure and those bulk infrastructure projects that have not yet been completed. Maybe that is where the key challenge lies in respect of performance for the department itself. Thank you, Chair. I think I've reflected on the department. I'll hand over to Tenani then. Thanks.
Thanks, Jolene. Just to then respond on the recommendations in relations to the water trading entity. I think aligned to what Jolene has indicated, when we look at compliance, we have seen the entity implementing our recommendations. The accounting officer of the department and the water trading entity is the same person, and also then the CFO. So when we look at I think the entity has quite a high number of historic irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have seen them implementing our recommendations on that side, and we have seen it being on a downward trend over the years. We are also then seeing them performing investigations to those historical issues. So we are then seeing an improvement there. And when we look at the financial statements, and I think when we did the presentation, you would have seen that the water trading entity has been getting an audit opinion of financially unqualified, but with findings, and those also come from the uncorrected misstatements in the financial statements. So there we have seen slow progress in the implementation of recommendations relating to accurate financial statements that are submitted for audit. And maybe I think that is the one area maybe that the oversight committee can look at the action plans and ensure that they are then addressed, because I think over the years we have seen repeat findings that result in the misstatements, in the material misstatements that we identified in the financial statements. And then if we look at TCTA, I think again in terms of compliance, we've also seen significant improvements there, where they also then had high numbers of irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure that they have investigated, and they are taking actions in terms of the disciplinary process of those who would have caused the historical irregular expenditure. So there we are seeing improvement. But again, similarly to WTE, when it comes to the financial statements, we've made certain recommendations. We have seen them implementing some and some not implementing them, which has led to misstatements in the financial statements. So I think there also, that is one area that should also then be looked at to say, are they then fully implementing the action plans with regard to ensuring that the financial statements that are submitted for audit do not contain material misstatements. I think the issue is just that they need to just ensure that there are rigorous reviews of those financial statements to ensure that those errors that we do identify are prevented. There's also quite a lot of manual intervention in their reporting of the financial statements, and it results in errors where in numbers are incorrectly imputed instead of the system calculating the numbers. Somehow you find that they are then manually calculating the totals in certain notes to the financial statements, which opens it up for errors due to that human intervention. So the fully automation of the preparations of the AFS, we've been saying it over the years, we just that we should see improving. So that is just the TCTA. And then also in terms of material irregularities, so we've raised, like I said, we've raised a number of material irregularities over the years, about 14. 5 of those have been fully resolved, which would then say that there were actions that the accounting officer implemented to ensure that those material irregularities are then fully resolved. And then we then say, in terms of the remaining one, we say there is appropriate actions being taken. So basically what we are saying is that we raised an MI, accounting officer then indicated to say, for me to address the MI that you have raised, these are the actions that I commit to taking. And we've then assessed those actions as appropriate. And based on our assessment, we have then actually realized that the accounting officer is taking those actions. I think there's just that there are delays, and I think Tabero quite covered it in terms of indicating that the delays comes from the fact that, if you identify a material, maybe if I can give an example wherein we identified a material irregularity wherein there were repairs that needed to be made to certain pump stations, but payments were made while the repairs were actually not performed, and the engineers from the DWS had certified as the work performed. What needed to be performed there was that the accounting officer needs to perform a full-on investigation to actually then identify what transpired. So you find that the process of appointing the service provider to perform the investigation, the process of the investigation taking place, and then the process of then the disciplinary processes that needs to take place with those officials who would have then certified the work as being performed, but it was not performed. It then does take a substantially long amount of time. And then also, once the investigations are done, there are then legal representatives of the supplier who would have performed the work, who would then come in and then sort of try to frustrate the process. They will then require information. They will then indicate that they want to interrogate the information. Then accounting officer must then wait for the process to unfold, so that if it has to then go through the court processes, the accounting officer would have considered inputs of the service provider involved. So that particular case where it is currently undergoing court processes. So there is that the process that takes the investigation, the engagement of the implicated officials or implicated suppliers, which then takes a while to unfold. I don't think it's necessarily that the accounting officer is not taking appropriate actions, and that's why we've indicated that they are taking appropriate actions. It's just that the process has to unfold. I think that's it from my side. Thank you, Chair and members.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Honorable Kobe? I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think, oh my goodness, my background. If you can just pardon that, I did not set it up before the meeting to remove our party logo. But
you
just
know that I'm not allowed to show political.
No. I can remove the video so long because I have not set it up yet. This was mainly for our party meetings. But also, I just wanted to follow up on that input that was made by, I think, Tendane. I believe that in the Guyana Water Project, there were investigations of, there were SIU investigations where both officials of the implementing body and water board were implicated in irregularities, a lot of irregularities. But insofar, I think the matter is yet to be resolved. But I just needed to know from the AGSA that how does that, when the process is unfolding, how does that then affect your work when it comes to maybe auditing the next cycle where the very same officials are still within the entities and they're not yet removed because the process is unfolding? Does that have a significant impact on the findings in the next cycle when audits are being made? Or do you find that maybe inside the entities, they are doing a bit of cleaning up themselves while waiting for the process to unfold? That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
AG?
Okay. I was checking to see if Nani is going to respond. You can go ahead, Nani.
Okay, all right, no, that's fine. Thanks. So I'll just respond in general, and if maybe there are specific inputs relating to Guyana, maybe Jolene can come in. But in general, when I think for the issues that we had raised as that we had identified as material irregularities, when the disciplinary processes unfolded, we identified that the officials who would have been implicated, they were suspended pending the completion of the disciplinary processes. So obviously there would be officials that are available to assist us to perform our audit processes. So it has not really then affected the progress of our audit processes in terms of the gathering of the information. So I think that's what we've identified on the MIs that we have issued. So I'm not so sure if there is specific feedback that Jolene would like to give on Guyana.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe just to add that, yes, the SIU investigation is still in progress in terms of the Guyana matter. The matters that have been identified has also been recognized by the department, and they have recorded irregular expenditure in this respect. And I think while the specific contracts relating to Guyana are currently being investigated by the SIU, there were new contracts that have been concluded to be able to continue with this particular project. The investigations also mainly relate to the implementing agent and to the specific suppliers in respect of the period that the SIU is looking at. So therefore, the officials that are being investigated are not currently with the department at this point in time. I just wanted to clarify that part of it. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe, are you satisfied with the answer?
Absolutely covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Musikatsi, I didn't ask you whether you were happy with the answers on your questions.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm happy, but I just forget another question, my last question here.
You're more than welcome to go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My last question is with regard to the blue drop status in terms of compliance with the Water Act. Chairperson, the report indicate to us that there is a deterioration of critical water supply system in the department itself. So it made mention of the Northern Cape province. So, and it also indicates the issues or the factors attributed to the deterioration, which indicates to the lack of monitoring and availability of supporting information as a proof of implementation to the assessors. It also indicates the lack of qualified staff in engineering and processes of controllers. So my question to the AG's office is that, as we know that it is very important to ensure that we have the relevant people of the relevant skills to ensure that whatever report or whatever work we give to our communities, those people, they know their job. But as indicated in this report, the issue of qualified staff engineering and the issue of maintenance, which is not happening at that level or at local level. What is the AG's office plan to ensure that these things are implemented and enforced? Thank you.
AG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think from our side, our response to that is when we included the presentation around the water quality, it really came from the work that the department has done on the report. Ours is to elevate and highlight critical insights that then need to be addressed. So the enforcement of, so my understanding is also in the Blue Drop report, would have those reports that have been outlined would then have been outlined per municipalities and would then have been given to them by the assessor, by the department itself. So the implementation and the enforcement still lies with the responsibility of the different municipalities. Ours on our side is to elevate the messages, to keep reporting on the inside, and bring it to the different accounting ecosystem partners to then hold that municipality then accountable to ensure that they then implement the recommendations that have been issued by the department. We do know that the department also monitors, but I think I wanted to sort of outline that the main responsibility around implementation lies internally, and enforcement will also lie internally if we go back to that ecosystem, as well as from an oversight perspective. I think ours really is to do that. And in instances where some of these challenges, the quality of water is impacting the citizens as well, it would then link to the point that Jolene was raising, then where we then identified that the quality of water is now impacting the lives of the citizens. We then activate our enforcement, and then where required, we then raise a material irregularity. And in there, we are then saying to the responsible parties, you need to make sure that you then enforce. So it's a combination of accountability ecosystem role players that need to be able to work together so that we then deal with these challenges that we have. So on our side, like I said, we provide insight, we influence, and where there's an impact that meets the material irregularities definition, we then raise that material irregularity, and that will be then raised from a local government level. It won't be raised from a national department level. Our counterparts in the province will then raise that material irregularity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a question from my side, AG. We've now discussed a lot of problems concerning infrastructure and the blue and green drop reports. In your view, if you've got a view on this, should we not have an independent regulator to deal with dam safety, infrastructure inspections, and blue and green drop reports, so that we make sure that we don't get the department being the referee and the player in this instance? Just your view on that. And then after that, we've got another member that would like to ask a question.
I will start with the response on my view, and I think my team will support me. I think from the Office of the AGSA, if I look holistically with some of the recommendations that we raise, and if you look at what we are trying to drive with the culture shift strategy, we are driving the message that says go back to the basics. And therefore, if we really go back to the basics and everybody does their part, I think I'm of the view that sometimes there's no need to keep increasing layers and layers, because I think, because I know sometimes there's recommendations we are asked around, do we need new laws? And I think as a country, in my view, become over-regulated. What we put on the table is to say, before we even bring another party, whichever way that independent party would look like, we need to make use of what we have currently in the system. And this then circles back, Honorable Chair, to the ecosystem. Because when I then look, for example, at the oversight body as the committee, you are independent from the process, and then you can then make sure that you do oversight on the department. When you look at other bodies that are within the ecosystem, I think we really believe that we must first utilize what is currently in the system, people that are independent from the process. I think the entities will have internal auditors, they have audit committees, they have a lot of governance structures that exist. That's why we are then driving back to say, if we all go back to the drawing board, if we all go to the basics and make sure that we hold people accountable, people need to do what they need to do. Sometimes there will be no need for us to keep creating layers and layers and layers to the existing system. And I think for me, that's what our strategy is talking about. Let's first, the people that are existing, let's first pull together to make sure that we move the department before we think of adding other layers of accountability. That would be my view, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Detlanga.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me say that I raised my hands when you asked the hands from the beginning. And I assume that you have noted them, but it's fine, doesn't matter. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson. I think in the main, I'm more covered by the other honored members on a series of questions and responses that have been raised. But what is important, Honorable Chair, is that you give an opportunity to engage on this presentation, in particular from a respected Chapter 9 institution like AG, which continues to play an important role, not only on threatening our democracy, but also in enforcing government accountability and transparency in the use of public funds or resources. As I said, that I'm covered with some of the questions. For me, this presentation in this induction provides a solid foundation on how we're going to be carrying our work as the members of this portfolio committee moving forward. Because we're going to refer when we're doing our oversight with the department and use this as a guidance as we do our work. The areas that are more of a follow-up, because they have already been responded, is two questions that I'm more taking up higher. For instance, the first one is on the material irregularities, not fully resolved. What if they get overtaken by events and not responded forever? What do I mean? In a situation whereby some of these irregularities were raised in the previous financial years and are becoming repetitive, and more comes, but not yet attended to, what then AG does with that? And what then AG also recommends to us as honored members will also be oversighting the department we have to do about that. The second one, which is linked with this, is delays on projects which are not completed. You say that the AG raised the matter with the department. And if then there are no responses or convincing responses, or the department will say, we've got an action plan that will follow to address that, but you realize that the very same action plan is not yielding results, what then happens? The last one is more of the general statement, accountability on the ecosystem, which I think we all of us want to. Everybody must be accountable, because must be accountable for the resources and our responsibilities also. And when we speak about water, they say water is life. I also say on the other side, life is water. Now, are you satisfied on this accountability ecosystem? Are you satisfied about it, that it is the ease? If not, what do you recommend so that we can make sure that it becomes a reality? Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. My apologies. I did not see your hand, and I apologize for that. AG?
Thank you so much, Honourable Member and Honourable Chair. I will take some questions, and then my colleagues can help, especially if they have specific example they want to bring around the instances when action plans are not yielding the results. But I'll respond from a general point of view. So I'll start with the one on the material irregularities that are not fully resolved. And I'll think the members, I think Lani sort of covered the part in slide 17. I'll take the members to slide 17, where we try to outline the process that we follow. So what we do, I think before I start the material irregularity process, as much as we were given the enforcement powers of the office at the office of the agent, and we use them, the idea was not to overwhelm the system with a lot of material irregularities. The idea is it's really linked back to a shift in the culture that we are seeing within a government as a whole. So the idea really is, when we do raise the material irregularities, so there is about 3 things, if I'm not mistaken, that we cover from a material irregularity perspective, especially when we are then resolving. The first one is around the fact that whatever that contributed to that material irregularities has been addressed. And this looks at the entire control environment of the department. So we want to assess the fact that when we look at what resulted in the material irregularity and the accounting officer is responding, they then need to relook at the entire internal control environment so that it prevents future material irregularities. We don't recommend that the accounting officer only deal with that matter only, because it can result in us then overwhelming the system but then having a lot of multiple MIs on the system. So that is the first thing we want the accounting officer to do: improve, overhaul, do what they need to do, but the whole control environment needs to be set up to then prevent future incurrence of any challenges that we've raised. We then look at the fact that, are they really investigating and holding people accountable, which talks to the consequence management, because we've realized that if people are not held accountable, and we appreciate that sometimes takes longer, you then find other people then doing the same thing. So we then sort of focus on, are you holding people accountable, so you can set the tone as the accounting officer that any wrongdoing will be dealt with. And that is then saying to the other maybe officials in the department, then be aware that whenever there's wrongdoing, people are held accountable. And then I think the last part that we also then look at it, in instances where there is a financial loss, that loss is recovered. So for us, really, that is the main aim of what we are trying to achieve, or what we are trying to drive when we raise a material irregularity, so to prevent us having multiple irregularities. So in instances where material irregularities are not resolved, And I think sometimes they were raised in the prior year, and we do sometimes experience change in accounting officers in the process. The responsibility still remains with the new accounting officer to ensure that they close off the material irregularity that we've raised, even if it's in the prior years. We do follow up consistently on all material irregularities that have not been responded to make sure that they are not responded to. Any instances where they don't respond to, I'll take the honorable members to the slide 11, where we then say invoke our powers. So there's a couple of things that Annie also covered on what we do. Depending on the investigation, we can refer to a public body. I think it goes back to the conversation we had around whether it's the Hawks or SIU. Then we can also include a specific recommendations on the audit report. And then we can then move to there's remedial action and certificate of if there was a financial loss. Those are the processes we follow to make sure that the material irregularities are dealt with. But I think the one point I really wanted to learn is when we are happy that the material irregularity is resolved, is because we want the control environment to be improved so that we don't have future instances of material irregularities. Talking to the delays when action plans don't yield the results. So one of the conversation, and I think it's part of our influence when you look at the strategy that we have, is when management is crafting their action plans, we always engage them to say they really need to go to the real root cause of what caused this issue, because we have seen instances where the action plan is designed, and then we come back and then they say they've implemented, but there's no change within the system. So in instances where there's no change, we will raise a finding and we'll have further engagements to then say to management, maybe the action plan that you had was not addressing the real root cause that resulted in that finding. And I think it goes back to my conversation of the whole control environment needs to be updated, because the repeat findings in most of the instances, what we find is they only deal with that one transaction that we raised, and that's it. But they don't go back and say, when we look at our whole entire process, where are the leaks? What are we supposed to strengthen from a control environment purposes? When are we supposed to strengthen the involvement of internal audit, because they are with them in the system more than when we come at the end of the year. So that's what we then do when we realize that maybe the previous year action plan is not yielding the results. We then engage them to go back to the drawing board to try really unpack what is the real root cause. And I think I'm referring also to the workshop that I spoke about for example, in water, where we realizing that, but we keep raising the same thing. So what we did differently, we then said, maybe let's all come back in this workshop. Let's unpack what is really going wrong. It was us trying to assist the department to say, maybe the action plans we've been implementing the prior years are not working. Maybe let's try something different. And what was interesting in that workshop, because it was not necessarily a recommendation from the AG, it was they themselves, the official, highlighting their challenges within the system. We realized that they were actually coming with other recommendations and other action plans that they will do to be able to implement it. It also assisted with a buy-in as well from the officials, because we were working together to craft the action plans and then going forward. And then the question of the accountability ecosystem, I hope I understood the question around the one that we presented. So from our side, if I understand the question correctly, this is a start. We do understand that other role players that we might not have covered. As and when we are journeying in the culture shift, we then pick up the new other role players that we need to engage with. I'm going to give an example with the infrastructure space, for example, that we've seen. We would maybe have engaged with the accounting officer and everybody else, but we started to realize that we need to engage the professional bodies that these engineers belong to. So it's a new accounting ecosystem that we then identified in the process of us understanding what is contributing and who can assist us in moving this department. So you'd see in the engineering space, we then are now engaging the professional bodies that are involved in the engineering space to say, help us here. If a skill issue, what do you think needs to be done so that we hold your professionals accountable and so that they do that they're supposed to do when they are hired. So it is not the total ecosystem. As and when we are auditing, as and when we are journeying in the culture shift strategy, when we identify another ecosystem partner, we bring them on board and then we then journey with them. I think from us, we were just presenting the basic ones that we are common, and then we've been engaging with them over the years. I hope I covered the members' questions, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lelanga, are you happy with the questioning?
I can't say I'm happy. I'm happy on the basis that first they understood my questions, but I can say I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, you've got a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. I think it was implied in Tabelo's response. My question relates to disciplinary processes arising from findings of the Auditor-General. I know that there is a provision which says if, say, official X is at level 16 and there is a disciplinary process that must be undertaken arising, say, in this instance, from the findings of the Auditor-General, no person below their rank may sit on a panel where they will be disciplined. Now, what that does in practice is that it leads to a huge backlog. One, because people would have obviously formed relationships at work, but also because sometimes no suitable person or persons can be found to prosecute such a case. Now, is it something that the Auditor-General has reflected on? And I'm separating or making a distinction between these internal disciplinary processes and referrals to the likes of the SIU, the NPA, etc. So that is my question, because I think there are many cases that are outstanding arising from findings of the Auditor-General, the Public Protector, etc. But then again, you don't seem to be successful. That is, departments don't seem to be making any headway with regards to dealing with those cases exhaustively and satisfactorily. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. AG?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will respond overall, but I think my team can reflect on what they're seeing in the portfolio. So what we've seen generally, the moment the employees or the officials to be disciplined goes to higher levels, what I've seen is the departments or entities then hire a separate service provider to then take over the process. And I think that's one thing that we've seen a lot, where instead of the other officials within the department, they will then hire somebody else to come and assist them with the investigations and then recommend to them what the outcome of what the outcome should be for that. So we see that a lot, and I think it's where they're trying to avoid instances where there's conflict, especially when it's on higher levels. But I think I want maybe Jolene to reflect on where there's backlogs. What is really the contributor to the backlogs of those disciplinary processes that we see? Jolene Otendani.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will assist with that question. So I can confirm that in respect of the department, there are independent processes in place to assist with investigations or disciplinary processes where necessary. This is mainly, the responsibility of the internal audit unit that will take over in respect of disciplinary processes. I can also indicate that internal audit, where necessary, will then get in independent persons to come and do investigations when necessary. For the department, it is required in terms of the PFMA that for all instances of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure that have been identified, that this must be recorded and an investigation needs to take place in respect of that. In the past, there have been delays around, concluding these investigations or undertaking them, which had resulted in findings on consequence management. But I can confirm that the department has gone through quite an extensive process over the last year to ensure that these investigations are undertaken and to ensure that, they are appropriately dealing with these instances of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. When it comes to the findings that we identified in our reports, I think that is, the department has not reached a point where they will hold specific people accountable, but rather the department will take ownership, for those findings to see how they can address them through the action plans that they have in place. So that is maybe just some specific information regarding what is happening at the department. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mahila.
Thank you very much. I was meant to ask this question earlier on, just for interest's sake, AG, as a deterrent factor, can ultimately an accounting officer, like other professional bodies, be blacklisted or be taken off the roll as a result of the recurrence of similar conduct? Because we have a situation where some or most accounting officers fail to comply or apply consequence management. They end up resigning, but you find them appearing in another municipality again. Is there a process, like I'm saying, as an ultimate deterrent factor of blacklisting them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. AG?
Thank you, Honourable Member and Honourable Chair. Yes, I am not sure. I am not aware of it. I think what we can commit is to go maybe find out from our colleagues or from DPSA colleagues on whether there is such a process within government and accounting officers. From my side, I am not aware. I can commit to provide feedback later.
It's fine. You can send us that feedback. Honourable Matlala, you have put up your hand. Would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, no, it's just I think just one or two questions, Chairperson. It's with regards to the condonations. So I want to pose to I understand they were not in this thing of the presentation, but I think when we speak about financials, we speak about the condonations as well. So, but my question is, what is the process for condonations of irregular expenditures? And how does the Auditor-General ensure that these condonations are justified and do not undermine accountability? And the other question I want to ask, just to follow up on it, one of your mission as the Auditor-General of South Africa is that you have a constitutional mandate as the Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa exists to strengthen our country's democracy by ensuring that you build public confidence. So, we have one, it's a lot of issues, but I want just to deal with this one in the Northern Cape. In Francis Bart municipality, there's a serious issue of health hazard that has caused by the collapsed sewage system that is aging. The government have failed to maintain this infrastructure. It's now running in the streets. We know it's happening everywhere in the country. The same applies also in Magarem municipality, the same with sewage spillages all over. Is there anything that you can do Auditor-General, is there a way for the Auditor-General to alert us or to alert the public or to alert either the department or the municipalities on issues before they escalate into serious problems? Because sometimes this thing, I think, to me, I feel like they are hiding them under the carpet until when an issue we have to be given attention because the media or the public is now protesting and all those things. Is there any way as Auditor-General to maybe alert us on those issues? Thanks so much. I think that was my last question. And the other one, I think I'll deal with it after the Auditor-General left the meeting because I think it's about us as the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. AG?
Thank you, Honourable Member and Honourable Chair. My colleague Jolene will respond to the one on the condonation of irregular expenditure. What is the process that is followed? And when we do assess, how do we get comfortable on that? And on the one that the Honourable Member asked around the sewage spillage and the alert systems, Honourable Member, I will ask permission to engage my colleagues at a local government level so that I can first maybe understand the process of reporting and then I will then respond Honourable permission to edit on my list of homework. The one on the process around alert system, because what we usually do from the office of the AGSA, so over and above, like I said, the work that we do around the financial statements, annual performance reports, and compliance, we do look at other service delivery sections as we've mentioned, and we don't look at everything. We use we use what we have, what we call a multi-year audit plan, where we then plan to say, year one, maybe we'll focus on water losses or water quality. Year two, we'll focus on infrastructure and so that's how we usually then select our focus area to look at from a service delivery point of view. But this one specific, Chair, I'm asking to then add it on my to-do list, and then I'll engage my colleagues in the provincial departments on how the process works on their end, and then we'll then respond to the committee. So I'll then give, with your permission, Chair, I'll give Jolene to respond to the one on condonation.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The issue of condemnations relates directly to irregular expenditure that has been identified by a department. Irregular expenditure relates to expenditure that has been incurred that is in contravention with legislation. And guidance around what constitutes irregular expenditure and the recording of that comes in terms of a framework that has been developed by National Treasury. And in this framework as well, National Treasury provides guidance in terms of condemnations, the condemnation process, and how that must take place. There are two authorities that can approve condemnations. The first one is National Treasury, where certain criteria is laid out for those irregular expenditure items that must be approved by National Treasury, in which case the department is required to submit relevant information to National Treasury, including an investigation that needs to be done. Once National Treasury is satisfied that sufficient work has been done, they will then allow for the condemnation of irregular expenditure. The framework also provides guidance to the accounting officer, where the accounting officer can condone irregular expenditure, but part of that guidance is that the accounting officer must have conducted an investigation to determine whether someone should be held responsible in terms of that irregular expenditure, and also if there's internal controls that need to be strengthened. So when we look at the auditing of irregular expenditure and the condonation thereof, we would have to confirm that an appropriate investigation has taken place and that the person with the right authority, which will be either the accounting officer or National Treasury, and whether they have confirmed in line with the requirements of the framework. So there are controls in place in terms of, how these condemnations take place and to ensure that, there is a process of accountability in terms of the irregular expenditure that has been identified. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any other member that would like to ask a question?
Honourable Person, as the auditors are going to get to ask my question in writing, maybe the one of Northern Cape. Can I please give further details? It is in the Francis Bart municipality under Pokwane local municipality in the in the place called Pampierstad. So people are suffering there. There's spillages all over the place. So can you please, when you check on your colleagues that side or either the municipality, raise the issue, specifically with the name of the municipality and the name of the area. And the entire Francis Bart as well, more especially Solblaki in Kimberley, there's a problem as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member that would have a follow-up question? It seems there's none, AG. I would like to thank you for your presentation. I just want to confirm, AG, that we will receive within the next 14 days, we will receive an action plan and progress report from your office, the Green Drop report on wastewater plants. I want to ask you whether you can also supply us with a bucket eradication report. I believe you would have something like that that we could look at. If not, then it's fine. And we had a long discussion on Giani, whether you could also forward us a report on Giani, your outcomes on Giani, where the process would be. And then we asked the question on the blacklisting of people or companies. You would also forward us that when you, I know it's not your work, but if you can maybe assist us, we would appreciate. And then the last question was on the local government, Frans Bartman, if there is anything you can inform us on that question that was asked by the honourable member. Are we agreeing on these reports that we want from the AG members? It seems everybody is happy with that. There is a hand up. Honourable, you can speak. Stanley, you can speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just saying on the list, don't forget that they should also send an audit action plan and progress. Thank you.
Action plan. Isn't that in the action plan that we've mentioned, the first one, honourable member? I have mentioned the action plan and a progress report that they need to send us.
The report on the 15,000 artisans, what happened? Where are they now? Why are they not working? What's happening in the 2015 issue of launching the artisans? Where are we with it? If possible, can we get details on this one? I heard that the matter has been referred to the SIU and all those things. How far are we with that? All those things.
You have got that. That is on the war on leaks. Would that be possible? Okay, I think then we will conclude on the war on leaks. Given you a lot of work, honourable members are wanting to work in this 7th Parliament. So we would appreciate if you could forward us this so that we could take up questions out of those reports with the department directly. AG, thank you very, very much for your participation in this meeting today and your reports and the reports that we will still receive from you. In future, we will regularly meet with you to get clarity on reports. And then I think with the BRRR is the next time that we will meet each other. Thank you very much. Is there closing remarks from your side, AG?
I think on my side, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. It was indeed a delight. I was saying to my team, it was like a marathon. But I think our role really was to ensure that we are able to provide information for this committee in the 7th administration that is going to help them as they then carry over in ensuring that they then provide oversight to the department and its entities. So it was indeed a pleasure. Thank you so much for having us. And yes, we will look at all this information. I think some of them, because they're from 2015, we'll try to dig in some of our files because there's some archiving that we do, but we'll keep the committee updated on what we are submitting. And like you said, Chair, we'll then engage again on during the BRRR time. But I think for me, what I want to also reiterate is we do have Songezo, who is our stakeholder liaison manager based in Cape Town. He's the one that will then engage more. So if there's anything that the committee wants to ask, I think the committee can feel free to engage him so that we don't only wait for the BRRR. If there's any other matters that maybe we can also respond to in writing, so that we then support the committee as they discharge your oversight responsibility. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation that we.
Songezo's contact number, if possible, please give it to Mr. Fason so that he can forward it.
I have it. I'll give it.
Okay, thank you.
To the committee. AG, thank you. You are excused from this meeting.
Thank you so much, Chair. Bye.
Bye. Could we get the program for the next point on, please? Colleagues, this is our program. Could we quickly go through the program and get the program approved? On next week, we've got a briefing. On next week, we've got a briefing by the department on the 4th quarter and the 1st quarter expenditure reports. Then on the next one is on the 2nd of September, the briefing of on our dams. I want to ask that we include with that report, we include, could we just maybe add to the department on September the 24th? Just hold it there. Could we report on the closure that will be closed in October and what would be the influence of the closing on the department on water in Gauteng, so that we could scrutinize that and ask a few questions on that as well. So could we ask that we include that into that briefing on dams safety as well, then as the closing of the canal for maintenance from Lesotho? Could we maybe add that to the program, please?
Noted, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, are you happy with that enclosure, including that into the program? It seems so. Then on the 10th of September, that's the briefing we will have. We can move on. The 17th of September, that briefing on Mopani District Municipality and Guyani. And I think why then, if we get these reports from the AG, we could, out of those AG reports, we can also get questions to ask the department on that. And that would be then the last meeting for the quarter before we go into constituency period on the 23rd again. Is there any questions on this by members?
Yeah,
Thank
you, Chair.
Your hand?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can we also, on the 17th of September, where Mekwan will be presenting, also have Sukukune presenting on the Hope Dam and Groblersdal Mutse, as well as Blaskop Dam projects.
Could we add that on, please?
Yes,
Hello?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you. Can Mutlala, Honorable Mutlala?
No, thanks so much, Chair. I think Honorable Ramaila was already trying to cover what I was going to cover. I'm just suggesting that in the programs, we must also include all relevant stakeholders, government, non-governmental, NGO, on issues relevant to what is going to be presented on that particular day. Because today, Chairperson, several issues have been raised relating to the National Treasury. It would have been more robust to hear all aspects. So if possible, when an issue is related to a certain stakeholder, can we please also include them in the presentation so that we don't go back and forth and without any proper answers at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see how we can accommodate that. Honorable Ditebe?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think recently you also made a statement with regards to the Riverlands situation, and there were concerns that other retention dams could be in pretty much the same situation as the one that collapsed. There was a report in the media that the department sent engineers there just so that we are assured that everything is under control. If it's something that they could also brief us on, because it's something that has occurred recently. The second one, Chair, it relates to the debt crisis. You would have heard the AG refer to Mahalis and Val Central, and the fact that the then Sidibeng water was merged with Bloem water, with the single entity taking over a huge chunk of that of the then Sidibeng water. And Machabe municipality alone, I think, owes Val Central 5-6 billion rand. It is something that we need to have intimate knowledge about, because there was recently a court application, and it was only in court that the matter was resolved, although it dealt with the legalities, not the financial situation or the going concern status of the water board, because it is impacted negatively, and the AGSA did also comment on that during their presentation today. That is the second one. The last one, Chair, I raised it, that Malutea Pofung water, efforts must be made to try and integrate that. And I know I'm saying this with a grave situation financially that Val Central is faced with, but to relieve the situation of the people of Kwakwa, Malutea Pofung, we need to really look at something much more sustainable. But perhaps in the long term, Chair, the Maluti Mountains part of the Free State in Malutea Pofung, if we can source water from Lesotho, which is fine, and Gauteng benefits a lot from that, there is information to the effect that the Maluti Mountains part of the Free State or of South Africa, we can source water from there. It's a matter of building infrastructure. And I think the department perhaps should look at that as a possibility. Obviously, there has got to be proof of concept with regards to that. It is something that they need to look at. Thank you, Chair. Those are issues that I thought I should raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your first issue, that is why we've got the meeting on the 2nd. They will have to give us a report on dam safety, and that is one of the issues. That's why I requested that to be brought forward to the 2nd so that we can get clarity on what is the situation of our dams in the country. May I then ask that the Seribeng issue, the Vaal Central issue, whether we can accommodate that in the 4th quarter after we come back from recess? Would that be in order?
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Muscati speaking. I just want to add also from the Northern Cape, there's this Palhamahara bulk water project that has been delayed. And not only that, also other projects from other provinces. We also possibly need to request for a progress report.
Okay. I agree with you. So we will work that in on a progress report on infrastructure in the 4th quarter if everybody is happy. Colleagues, can we then approve this 3rd quarter program? Can I get a proposer that we approve this?
Chair, you asked me about the debt situation of Vaal Central. While the other issues that sorry, sir, I had to respond to your question. While the other issues that I've raised, which relate to measures, etc., and the construction from scratch of infrastructure, water infrastructure could wait until then. The situation, unfortunately, the court order in respect of Machabe notwithstanding, financially is not sustainable, that is. Perhaps we should find a way of getting the department to give us a briefing. I'm certain that the department would obviously, in light of this recent court ruling, desist with that because they themselves are alive to the fact that while the court has ruled, the issue at issue here is financial resources, that should accompany the implementation of that court order. It's a human rights issue, yes, but from point of view of financial sustainability, that is something else. So I thought we should try and slot that in so that they could give us a briefing. But I agree with you. The rest of the other issues can stand over to the next whatever quarter.
Can I quickly ask Tumani? Yes, can I just quickly ask before you come in? Tumani, is there somewhere we can slot that in this quarter? Tumani, is he still on?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here. Good morning to members and you, Chairperson, and my colleagues. Yes, I think we can look at that when we deal with the quarterly reports. So we can add that item there just to reflect in general water debts to municipalities then, but specifically zooming into the issue of Machabe. Yeah, so yes, we will add.
You can continue.
Yes, yeah, so we will look at that on the 27th of August. So we will amend the program accordingly. So we will have 3 items on that day.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Honorable Matlala, you would like to add something?
Yeah, just one thing is on the issue of oversight visit. Are they not included in this program? Because previously, I think in the previous term, we wanted to make an oversight visit to Northern Cape. We never did that. It kept being postponed, and we are here today. Is it possible for us maybe to, in this quarter, to go to Northern Cape and check the status of our water project or water and wastewater project in that regards? Thank you.
Thank you. Tumani, can you just speak on oversight quickly as well?
Yes. On the third term program, we have allocated or earmarked the week of the 2nd of December to the 6th of December for oversight. That is in line with the directives from the House Chairperson as well as the parliamentary program. So we have identified 6 projects that members should perhaps prioritize the ones that they would like to visit first. So if I may just list them. The first one we have put there, it's Northern Cape and Free State provinces for bucket eradication program. And the second one, it's mega water infrastructure projects in the Western Cape. The third one is Lesotho Highlands Water Project, phase 2. The fourth one is Umzimvubu Dam and other Eastern Cape bulk water infrastructure projects. The fifth one is Giani Bulk Water Supply Project, that is in Limpopo Province. And the sixth one is the Rooival Wastewater Treatment Plant, water supply to Hammanskraal and Themba areas, and this Diveng Regional Sanitation Scheme, including the Vaal River Intervention, that is Section 63 program in the Gauteng province. So those are the 6 projects that we have put in the program that has been sent to the House Chairperson for approval. But obviously because we have got only a week to do the oversight, so the committee will have to select 1 or 2 projects that we can visit in that week.
Colleagues, can I ask that when we approve the next term's program, that we then identify and agree on what we are going to do so that we could in advance get approval for that and not wait till 99 to get approval for what oversight we're going to do. So when we approve the next quarter's program, we will deal with that, if that is fine with everybody. It seems so. Can I get a proposer to approve and a seconder of this program with the amendments that we will make?
I move, Chair.
And Stanley, are you seconding? Or do you want to ask a question?
I do second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you very much. I hope you also enjoyed the way we scrutinized the report of the AG, the way we have dealt with questions. I think everybody had sufficient time to ask questions and follow-up questions. I hope you are satisfied with the changes in how we will deal in future with the department and its entities concerning this. Is there anybody that would like, before we close, to say something on the way we dealt with today's meeting?
Yes, Chair.
You can go ahead, Honourable Member.
Yeah, Chair, on a lighter note, can we invite the AGSA to come back? Maybe we could have some material irregularity on Honourable Mhlala's line of questioning.
Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chair. And I actually really appreciated the opportunity. I think the new format where we get a set time to ask questions really focuses us. I think there's still some teething issues as we go ahead to focus us in on that 5 minutes rather than we can go quite a lot longer per person. But yeah, I really just wanted to compliment the format. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Colleagues, then thank you very much. Thank you to our officials that prepared the documentation for us. Please remind the department that their presentation should be in by tomorrow 12, so that the members could have more time to prepare themselves for investigating their reports and asking questions on that. Thank you very much, colleagues, and see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Chair.
Bye, Chair.
Thank you. Bye.
When I did Tebe, you are very
Recording
out of
stopped.
order, and when I come next time, you'll